Greetings, programs, and welcome to Did George Lucas Have a Plan for Star Wars? So I woke up this morning in a little bit of a mood. I wouldn't say a bad mood, but just a little down. Just kind of life and things going on with YouTube and Star Wars, the current Star Wars situation. And I don't know, I was just thinking about things today, and I figured I'll come on and do a stream just because talking Star Wars always cheers me up. So I figured I'd come on here and chat with you guys for a while. I do have some little scraps of news to talk about, but the focus of this will be George Lucas's plan for Star Wars and a big problem with Clone Captain Rex. But for the most part, I just wanted to come on, have a conversation. If anybody wants to ask anything or say anything, we can talk about whatever Star Wars or whatever life. Just wanted to, I guess, blow some steam. And again, Star Wars makes me happy, so there you go. So, as a YouTuber, you are exposed to things. You get comments and reactions and these types of things. Hey D, thanks for being here. I hope we can see his story told in some form someday. Me too. You know, I've said in previous videos and streams that years ago, it was probably right after The Force Awakens, I was very disappointed. And I knew that this was all going to go south. I was very scared before The Force Awakens, and I had my skepticism. But definitely when I saw Force Awakens, I said, oh, well, that's it. Star Wars we knew is done. And I didn't have to see 8 and 9 to know that. I knew right then. So from that point, I always, said to myself, maybe, Disney will screw it up so bad that they'll have to sell it. And George Lucas could buy it back for pennies on the dollar. Now that has happened with Disney. They bought the Power Rangers years ago, screwed that all up, and the people bought it back. So it could happen. It has happened. It has happened with Disney. And not only has Disney totally destroyed the franchise, but the fandom. Nobody's buying the toys. Nobody cares about the movies or the franchise. They still haven't made their $4.05 billion back. And to really compound that, they're over 40 billion in debt. So as I've stated before, they don't really have much of a choice. They are going to have to start selling properties. Marvel, they made their money back. There are other properties like Fox. They're still paying off that $70 billion deal. And I don't see them selling that because there's so much content there. So it leaves the most obvious of Lucasfilm, which has been a total failure and disaster for them. Every time they turn around and make a tweet, post something, it backfires on them. In just the past week, you've got John Boyega destroying Disney, and then that comes back. That's followed up by Daisy Ridley destroying further, like even worse, destroying Disney. So they don't really have a choice, guys. I know a lot of people will say, no way, Disney will never sell it. And this, not. You can't think like you. You need to think like a multi-billion-dollar corporation. They have lost a ton of money. There's everybody upset with them. Sure, there's some people that like the sequel trilogy, but you're talking about a few thousand people, literally, as opposed to millions that have walked away from Star Wars. They can't sustain. The Mandalorian would have to be, season 2 would have to be the most incredible, groundbreaking, award-winning show of history to be able to bring them back. And even that's not going to bring enough Disney Plus subscribers to remedy, you know, their billions of dollars in debt. Just like 2 days ago, I can't remember if it was Bloomberg or one of those really, you know, top financial analyst type sites was saying that Disney isn't even going to start to make a dime until about 2023, and they won't even be back to where they were making the same type of money and being profitable till 2025. So, you know, there's a lot of parts in that machine. The parks, the merchandising, the websites, the hotel, the cruise liners, Disney Vacations, and then, of course, the studios. You know, speaking of which, when's the last time they put out a good cartoon? Years. So, they really don't have a choice, guys. Will George Lucas buy it back and get control of it? I'm sure he's eyeballing it. Hopefully, whoever gets it loves it and respects it and goes back to what it was, or at least attempt to, at least try to. I suspect that George doesn't want to be directly involved like he was every day and dealing with all that stuff, but that he will do what he should have done in the first place, is get the control back. And then from there, appoint someone or some people that he can direct, you know, that he can manage to do this correctly. Know that a lot of the Lucasfilm employees, well, some of them are airheads. Some of them are from back in the day with George. And some of them have their hands tied. They can only do so much. And they also, they're like products of their environment. If George took control back, naturally they would start to make that type of Star Wars again. So anyways, we'll see. But they're kind of stuck. I mean, they're going to have to start selling properties. And Lucasfilm is the most obvious first one they're going to have to sell. So, there was a great disturbance in the Force in 2015. Yes, there sure was. Not everybody saw it. Not everybody. I know a lot of people like that movie. But for me, it was the second I walked out, I said, that's it. It's gone. George Lucas did plan Star Wars. He sure did. I'm going to get into that in just a minute. Just wanted to vent on a couple things real quick, but yeah, he did, and I'm going to show some proof of that. The great machine that was Disney, they sure did screw up Star Wars. The proof is in the numbers. Yeah, well, it's not just in the numbers, which, you know, that's the most important, right, to them, the board, and to people that want to argue. It's like they don't even want to look at the numbers. There's people that are so ignorant to be like, but The Force Awakens made $2 billion. They long made their money back. No, they didn't make $2 billion. The film at the box office made $2 billion. Disney gets about half of that. Then you subtract the cost of the film, marketing costs, points that actors have, other kind of royalties or fees and licensing and all kinds of stuff. You know, they probably made $500 million at the end of the day off of that film. I haven't really looked too closely at The Force Awakens because that was so long ago, and they did profit on that one. But, you know, like Rise of Skywalker, at best, they made $300-400 million. That to Disney in 2020 is literally like jet fuel for Bob Chapek. It's not even worth making the movie. So, yes, the numbers are, you know, absolutely. But it's also, you know, the fandom. Social media, YouTube, there's all these channels, including Not My Star Wars. You know, people talk in their houses or wherever they go. And I'm sure Disney has gotten tons of letters and hateful emails and all kinds of stuff. So definitely they are aware. But at the end of the day, their bottom line, what they care about is the money. Because even if everybody was pissed off at them and they were still making billions of dollars, they'd be like, oh, well, who cares? So, I want to talk a little bit about YouTube, and then I'm going to get into the George Lucas. And again, I have, I'm going to talk a little bit about Clone Rex, which is a problem for Mandalorian, and some little pieces of news here and there. So, yeah, Frozen 2, Milan right now is bombing. I mean, they're going through all kinds of stuff with Milan. You know, the fact that it was filmed in concentration camps, or at least in that region of China. China themselves are banning it and not allowing them to advertise and show the film. You know, Disney's never going to show the numbers. The best we'll get is some sort of idea in the fourth quarter financial report, but they're never going to admit the views or the money that they made or lost on that. Which, I'm going to talk about that for a quick second. Hollywood is changing quickly. The pandemic and the state of, you know, all this wokeness and SJW and all these agendas and stuff. So movies, movie studios, Hollywood, all that is changing, and it's going to have to change. So I hope that some sort of committee or regulation gets made to where streaming services start to have to report. One, out of just transparency, but also because, you know, we can't have these loose numbers of, you know, companies claiming things. Milan might have got 1 million views, and they could turn around and say, oh, they got 100 million views, you know, whatever. So hopefully the industry will somehow find a way for them to report, especially if the movies are going to start going to video on demand. You know, Milan, they had no choice. Hamilton, they had no choice. And mark my words, on November 6th, Black Widow will be on Disney+. So I think that it's important for posterity, for honesty, for transparency, for the industry, that something's created to, you know, see those numbers, for them to have to report. We'll see. Anyways, so part of what had me down this morning was just kind of like the mentality of people with Star Wars, and more so on YouTube, but even just people in general. You know, there's still people. Daisy Ridley literally 2 days ago destroyed Disney, admitted that it's all just up in the air, and there's still people that want to argue that. And sometimes it's just kind of baffling, like, how can you argue what came out of Daisy Ridley's mouth? You know, for example, just today, just a second. I think you guys can see that. Yeah. So just, I don't know, maybe an hour or two ago, someone commented this on my Daisy Ridley video. Now, know that this doesn't hurt my feelings. I think it's funny for several reasons. First of all, because Daisy Ridley literally out of her mouth destroyed Disney. It's not like I searched on YouTube to research something, and it's not that I want it to be true. It's a fact. I mean, if you watch these movies and you have a brain, you know it's a fact. When the actors are straight out saying that this thing had no plan, what are you arguing? What, you think you're funny by doing this? So to me, it doesn't hurt my feelings. I think it's funny because, one, you just look stupid. Two, obviously I got a reaction out of you because you're taking the time to comment on my video. You act like you don't care or I'm dumb, but yet you're taking the time to comment on my video. This was on Facebook, not on the video itself. you look foolish because literally it was out of Daisy Ridley's mouth, and it wasn't even a YouTube video. It was on Jimmy Kimmel Live. So it just shows like how some people are just so airheaded and just want to resist the truth, but yet you're trying to say that I want it to be true. No, I don't want anything. It is what it is. It's true. It's also funny because people don't realize that the more you do this, the more you give me traction, the more that notifications come up on Facebook and Twitter and YouTube and whatever. You're just creating engagement on my video. So in reality, you trying to be a smart ass and like, ooh, you're going to hurt my feelings, or ooh, you're going to make me look bad. You're only helping my video get more views, more exposure. So I actually love it when people do this because you're only helping me. So anyways, you know, there's just stuff like that, again, it doesn't hurt my feelings. It's not why I was really down, but that was just an example of things you get and deal with when you do this. And by the way, that this kind of like pre-discussion is going to tie into a whole lot of other things that I'm talking about throughout the stream. So part of me was a little bit down because, you know, there's people that still, even with Daisy Ridley saying it, want to resist and want to, you know, there's people like, well, George Lucas didn't have a plan, and, you know, you're just, that's how you want to interpret it, and, you know, you just want it to be that way. You just want Daisy to sound that way. And I'm like, dude, I didn't doctor or edit the video. I mean, it's literally clips of what the girl said out of her mouth. But we didn't need Daisy to do that. Making that video was like putting the iron poker, digging it in, because we all knew at least 5 years ago that this didn't have a plan. It's not like it's news. And that's why they get upset, because they know that that's the truth. So they're going to resist to the end. Now, there are some people that truly are that ignorant and believe that, you know, oh, they ain't planned this. But most of them, they know. They just don't want to have to admit that, yeah, Disney screwed up. That the thing that they've been fighting and arguing and calling us names and, you know, carrying on like fools for the past at least 5 years, they don't want to have to admit that, yeah, I was dumb. Yeah, I didn't see it. And yeah, you guys were right. That's really where that comes from. And I know that. So again, those comments and pictures, and it just makes me chuckle because I know I'm getting a reaction out of you. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Yes, I have one that I prefer, but it's the same thing. You can lead a human to knowledge, but you can't make them think. So, and you know, that's another thing. It's like, there's channels out here that do theories, and there's channels out here that speculate and do rumors. And I talk about rumors. There's nothing wrong as long as you state clearly that this is a rumor. There's no problem with that. But you know, saying something like, "Ooh, I'm doing research on YouTube." I've been a Star Wars fan since 1977, before, you know, half these people were alive. I was in the theater. I had the toys. It's been a part of my life. It's one of two things that throughout my entire life has been consistent. And one of those is Star Wars. It never let me down. It never went astray. It was always there. I don't have a story like some people that got me through rough times. Well, I mean, I guess in general through life, you know, there was days where I would look to it and it was there for me. But I don't have like, you know, my mom was abused by my dad, so it helped me out, you know, thinking I was Luke Skywalker, that kind of story. And God bless, you know, if somebody out there has that kind of story, all the better. You know, Star Wars has helped a lot of people. But to me, it wasn't so much like a particular thing. It was more so just the solid thing that I always had, that I could always lean to, that I could always smile about, be happy about. Something that I always loved and that I felt like love me back. So, yeah, concession is a bitch. And, you know, that says a lot about a person's character, because it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to make a mistake. It's okay that you didn't see things. What is not okay is for you to fight and call other people idiots when the facts are laid out in front of you and when it's just against what you believe, rather than saying, well, here, let me think, let me see what they're talking about, let me actually look at the evidence. Just automatically, you know, like, no, you're an idiot. It's okay to be wrong. Yeah, a cornerstone, yes, indeed. So, anyways, I think that's another thing that makes me chuckle. Like, oh, you would think you're a researcher, or, you know, and listen, I say this very humbly, and by all means, I can make mistakes, I could be wrong, I can forget things, because it's a vast universe and very, you know, over 40 years. But you're going to be hard pressed to find someone that knows too much more about Star Wars than I do. I never worked at Lucasfilm. I never was privy to all the, you know, clips and notes, and I'm sure there's things that Dave Filoni and Pablo Hidalgo, you know, have been privy to that I've never seen. I don't pretend to know everything or be the #1 world expert in Star Wars. But considering I've been there since day one, have loved this thing to death since day one, and you compound that by I'm a researcher. I have written papers. I've now made I don't know how many videos. If you've paid attention to my videos, you know that I certainly do research. And every claim, everything I talk about, I show the proof. I show the article, this quote, whatever. So it's not even like me going off of memory or me just saying something. So that kind of stuff to me is just funny because, you know, being wrong gives, yes, that's a very true and humble thing to say. And it's the truth. We've all been wrong about something. We've all forgotten something or misspoken or whatever. But to take that attitude and that stance that you're an asshole because, you know, no, Disney's great, you know, you're just being ignorant at that point. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to admit you were wrong. That's how you get better. That's how you grow. Thanks again, D. So, with all of that said, there are a lot of channels that just talk nonsense out there. I also find it funny that there's channels that like talk shit about other channels, and yet one, they like have no basis, they're just talking shit about someone, and two, you taking the time to make a video about someone else is you doing exactly what you're saying they're doing. I hope that made sense, but you see what I mean? So it's like, again, how ignorant are you? How lost are you that you think, you know, making those types of videos is making you look good when in reality you're just doing this very thing that you're saying. By the way, just to clarify, nobody has said anything about me. There's not a video about me. There's not a specific comment, although I've had some nasty comments on my videos. Like people have said, you know, I'll call out something on Disney. This is another thing you can tell by the Mickey Mouse Keteers, is that I'll say something about Disney and their comment is an attack on me personally. I didn't attack you. I didn't talk about your family or you or your health or any of that. I'm talking about Disney, a multi-billion-dollar corporation that's putting out trash. And you're getting so upset and defensive that you're attacking a fellow human being. That shows you the mentality. So I've had comments like on just a Disney video, you know, talking about Disney or Star Wars, like go walk out into traffic, you know, stuff like that. It's like, wow. And, you know, I'm like, do you hear yourself? Do you see who the idiot, the hateful person is? I'm not hateful. I don't come on my streams or my videos. There's not tears coming down. I'm not whining. I speak facts. I do the research. I know the franchise, and I talk facts, not theories, about Star Wars. So, what I was going to say is, so it's not, you know, I do get comments, but it's not that someone out there is making videos about me or said something about me. Now, my Star Wars has like a weird kind of ambiguity that on one side of the coin, people don't seem to talk about me. It's like I'm invisible. This channel could and in my opinion, should be much larger. I don't pretend that I should have 10,000 subscribers right now, but 1,000? Seriously? I think I should have a good 2,000, 3,000 right now. It's okay. You know, I'm not griping. I'll keep going. I do what I do, and nobody owes me anything. Just saying. So in a way, you know, other channels don't talk about me. People don't invite me to their streams or whatever. I don't know. Maybe people don't like me. Maybe I know too much and it makes them insecure. Whatever reason. A lot of channels don't even mention me. So my growth can only go so far in competition with other channels that have like 3 videos and everybody's like, subscribe to this channel. Again, I'm not upset. I'm not here to compete with anybody. But that's just the one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is, since nobody seems to notice I'm around, I don't tend to hear, I mean, I've never heard, I don't know, maybe people talk shit about my channel or me. Who knows? But I've never seen, like, in a video, someone directly say, like, that Not My Star Wars guy is terrible, or blah, blah, blah. So there's the two sides of the coin. I'm kind of invisible there. So the stuff that I'm talking about and that I'm going to be talking about, it's not so personal or that my feelings are hurt. It's more general type of things that I'm seeing. So lately I'm seeing these videos of YouTubers or creators. They're saying stuff like, there's more than Star Wars out there to love. You can talk about other things. Okay. That's one of the things. There's a few points I'm going to make, but let's tackle that first. So I like a lot of things. I was a skateboarder for 6 years. It's been a long time, but I always pop in and check out things with skateboarding here and there. There's a saying that, like, once you're a skateboarder, you always are, and that's true. All my life, everywhere I've traveled, I've been all over the U.S., and I've been to a few foreign countries. Literally all over the U.S. on Greyhound. I went all over the United States. I've been in most states. And I and anyone that has skated in the past sees the environment, the landscape in a different way. You always think like, oh, look at that handrail, or look at that slope or that bank. I love movies and video games. I love a lot of things. Just on a side note, 2 just absolutely fantastic TV shows I've seen. The 2 best that I can think of in years is Dark and Cobra Kai. Wow, both are just so fantastically to the T made. The story, the writing, the characters, the actors. Cobra Kai is like 100% canon to the movie, and Dark is just amazing. So anyways, I like a lot of things. It's not to say that Star Wars is the only thing, but as I said a little bit earlier, Star Wars is one of 2 things that has always been consistent in my life, that I have loved so dearly, and that I know very well. I can hold a conversation with anybody. I'm sure I could even trip up Dave Phony Filoni. So naturally, I talk about Star Wars because I love it and because I know it. And I could, like a lot of other channels, make a video about Cobra Kai, right? I could do reviews of the episodes or whatever. And maybe some of you guys would like that. And it's not that I would be against that or I wouldn't like to do that. Dark is amazing, D. It really, you know, I'm not a movie critic. You can call me whatever you want. I don't claim to be an expert, but I'm a pretty smart guy. I think I have pretty good taste. And let me tell you, Dark is 10 points. Not even. It's like, 25 out of 10. It's amazing. It's a mind fuck. Okay. It jumps around and there's all these things going on with it, but it's amazing. And it's not like I really like Westworld because I like the old movies. So I really enjoyed the show. But as it was going, and especially this last season, it just started going kind of all over. And then you had stupid stuff like, all these armed men are shooting at Dolores and they can't hit her. It's dumb stuff. It started to really stray. Whereas Dark, it's all over, but it stays. I mean, you'll probably have to watch it more than once to kind of really get it all in, but it's consistent. It doesn't just jump off and go derail. So anyways, now I lost my train of thought there. So I make Star Wars stuff because it's what I know and one of the most important things in my life. So I could do other content, and I've thought about it. But to me, Not My Star Wars is a Star Wars channel. And I figure, if I really want to start doing some other stuff, well, maybe I'll make another channel. I already have 4 channels. So, I don't down anyone for doing other stuff. In fact, the channels that do the other stuff are the ones that are doing really well. They have tons of views and subscribers and all that. I understand that. And I'm not faulting them for it. And I'm not denying that. But to me, it's just important that Not My Star Wars is about Star Wars. And, I'm intelligent. I can talk about a lot of things. But there's few things that I would say I'm a true expert at and that I could hold my weight against anybody, like Star Wars. So therefore, Not My Star Wars is and will continue to be about Star Wars. Or at least things directly related. Some stuff, George Lucas. I need to do an all-up review for Jonathan Rinzler. He was kind enough to send me a book. So if he happens to be listening, it's coming. I'm just been busy. But, that's connected because he was a Lucasfilm employee and because he was gracious enough to come and do a live stream with me. So, that was addressing the first point, is that, this person said there's other things to love, other things to talk about. Sure, there's many things that I enjoy. And a lot of other people have a channel that's more general, so by all means, make videos about everything. It only is to your advantage. In a way, I'm painted in a corner because I'm only about Star Wars. But there's millions of Star Wars fans out there. There's 43 years of stuff to talk about. And I know it and love it very well. So I'm not too worried about it. And Disney just gives me gifts every day. I mean, they just give me content. So as long as Disney has it, I have no worries because they're just going to keep giving us stupidity. And if Disney were to give it back to Lucas and things went back and Star Wars was back, well, I still have all that stuff to talk about, right? All the golden era, because if you haven't noticed, yes, I destroy Disney all the time, but I also celebrate George Lucas. So the Boba Fett tribute and the Skywalker legacy and, some of these videos are all about the love of Star Wars. It's not just me on a tirade for Disney. But I'm not going to let Disney, not just for myself, but for all of us, to get away with this nonsense and destroy this thing and just burn it to the ground without saying something about it. Someone that knows and loves it. So another point some YouTubers are making is you're so smart. Instead of warring about or complaining about or bitching about Disney or a particular movie or the sequel trilogy, why don't you do something like create a fan film? Well, first of all, most of us know that it's not that simple. You can't just make a fan film. You need a cameraman, you need a sound guy, you need an editor, you need actors, you need this whole thing. I mean, it's not like it's that simple. And yeah, some people do stuff with Legos or cartoons. Well, I can't draw a freaking stick figure. I don't have a bunch of toys, nor would I really want to make a toy stop motion thing. And I don't pretend to be a movie director or script writer or anything like that, but again, I'm pretty smart, and I sure know Star Wars. So hand me $1 million. I'll make a fan film that will make all of you go crazy. And it would be 1,000% canon and 1,000% George Lucas type Star Wars. So, you know, sometimes you got to think about what you're saying, because it's not so simple to just make a fan film. All of them, even I've seen some that, you know, there are people that have done it for about $2,000, $5,000, but, you know, it's attainable. But these people also are fortunate to, you know, have a camera and, you know or meet the people that can act this stuff or do this stuff. It's not just so simple as like create a fan film. For that matter, go watch my Skywalker Legacy documentary. I've had people tell me it's better than anything Disney's made. So know that I'm just a guy with a few $100, you know, maybe let's say maybe $2,000 between my laptop, my editing software, other little pieces of software, you know, just equipment costs a decent amount of money. Never mind, you know, all the other stuff to create a fan film. So just wanted to say that it's not always so simple. Another thing is, what not everybody realizes is that YouTube is really strict on what you can use and how you use it. So for me to pull off the Skywalker Legacy documentary was an amazing task, because there's tons of Star Wars content there, but it doesn't have any copyright claims. And that's very careful, precise, thought out editing. It's not easy. If I had, even if it wasn't money, if Lucasfilm said, here, you have access to the vault and we give you rights to use whatever you want, and we're not going to put a copyright claim on any of it, I could make something so amazing just with their stuff, even old stuff. So to pull off something like that Skywalker Legacy documentary is a huge feat, because we have limitations as YouTubers as to what we can use and do. That's something that a lot of people, like somebody said on my Daisy Ridley video, oh, it's poor editing. Well, first of all, if I were to leave all the length of that stuff, then you get bored, because why do you want to hear Kylo talking about, I know who your parents are, and all the extra dialogue in between? But also, you can only use so much of content before YouTube starts striking you for copyright claims or even a copyright strike. So to even be able to pull off that type of video and edit it that way is because you're not understanding or appreciating what it takes to do that. Anyways, back to the point. So that was another thing said, you know, like you could be doing other stuff instead of worrying about, you know, the negative stuff or whatever, complaining. Well, I want to give everyone a metaphor, because I don't think a lot of people really understand. And before I say this little story, metaphor, whatever, it's not to say that you have to love Star Wars like I do. It's not to say that you have to know it like I do, be as invested, research it, whatever. We all can enjoy Star Wars on whatever level we want. You can like whatever movies you like, or whatever show, or whatever. That's all fine and dandy. You know, Star Wars fan is a kind of a hard definition, because you can look at that from so many ways. And I know people that have like these massive collections, or they dress up in all the cosplay, and they would say, see, I'm such a fan because I made an Ahsoka Tano or, you know, Barriss Offee costume or whatever. And that's not to say that you're not. Obviously you are if you went through that trouble. But to me, what a Star Wars fan is not someone that knows trivial things, that can, you know, pass a quiz, or that knows the name of some obscure character, or dresses up, or has, you know, just a massive toy collection. Yeah, those are signs and pieces of being a Star Wars fan. But to me, what a true Star Wars fan is one, someone that understands the story, the fundamental story and point of Star Wars, and that can immediately watch 1 through 6 and say, yeah, that's Star Wars. You might not love the prequels, but if you don't appreciate and have some love for the prequels, I question your Star Wars fandom. If you can immediately see 7, 8, and or 9 and say to yourself or out loud, this isn't Star Wars, I question your Star Wars fandom. It is okay to love those films, but it's not okay to call them Star Wars, because they fundamentally go against what Star Wars is. Not only canon-wise do they contradict, but even the heart and the soul and everything that is Star Wars. You obviously don't understand Star Wars if you're defending Disney Star Wars. Sorry to tell you. Again, if you like that stuff, that's fine. But just because it says Star Wars doesn't mean it's Star Wars. It's a fact. So it's okay to have your own kind of love and the things that you like to like. But I figured I'd tell a little story to maybe kind of help people understand where I come from and where the conflict is. So using myself as an example, and this isn't a true life, well, kind of true, because I'm talking about a love in my life, but it's not a literal story. It's more so a metaphor. So imagine you're like me, you're a guy, and you meet this girl, and it's love at first sight. And you spend 35 years of your life. You get married to this girl. You spend 35 years of this life. Maybe every waking second of your life isn't about her, but she's your life. She's a part of your life. You love her dearly. And after 35 years, you know someone very well. You know their habits, their quirks, the little faces they make, their expressions, all these things. The way they speak, their tone, all these things, right? How they sleep. And then after 35 years, she all of a sudden starts acting differently. Different attitude, saying things that like she would never say, dresses differently, is waking up at different hours and just behaving all different. You find out she's cheating on you. And even if she like really slaps you in the face, like, you know, fuck off, I love someone else and I'm sleeping with this other guy and I don't want you in my life. After 35 years, at first at least, it's going to be hard for you to accept it. And you're going to fight and you're going to try to get them back. And even if she's cheating on you, you probably, after 35 years, are still going to try to fight to get her back. Even though she's wrong and did something terrible. Some people would just walk away, but you know, I think most of you know what I mean. After that much commitment and time and money and energy and all that. But soon enough, eventually you're going to say, okay, well, you know, I have to accept what it is and walk away because, you know, it is what it is. She told me she doesn't love me. She's changed. She's proven that she's with someone else, and you just got to walk away. It is what it is. So that's one scenario where, you know, after so much love, it would break your heart and it would be very hard to deal with. But eventually you're going to come to grips with it and walk away or continue on with your life and try to find someone or something new. Okay. Now, look at the same scenario, but with a little bit of a twist. where everything's the same, but you find out that this woman isn't on her own volition acting differently. She's not just fallen in love with someone else. She's not just behaving differently for no reason. You find out it's because she's got a magic spell on her, or someone's holding a gun to her head, or there's something that is making her behave that way. Now, if you truly love that woman or that man or whatever the case, and you know that they're under duress and they're not being themselves, on the contrary, they're being forced to act completely different from what you have known and loved for 35 years, then most of you aren't going to give up. You're going to fight because you know that that person isn't under their own volition or their own will doing these things. It's because they're being controlled. And that is how I feel about Star Wars. It's not that my girl changed or grew up or fell in love with someone else, or it's because she's under duress. She's being held hostage by a mouse. A mouse that just wants to toy with all of us. A mouse that doesn't truly love her, just wants to use her for his gain. So therefore, I will never stop calling out Disney. I will always love Star Wars, and I will always fight for it. Period. I don't care what people think. Some people say, well, not directly to me, but I just see the comments and I hear things in videos like, you waste energy complaining and fighting. And because this was another point of what these YouTubers are saying, is like, why don't you make videos about stuff that you love? And that shows me the point of what I'm saying, is that you're not a true Star Wars fan. Because if you really love something, you're going to fight for it. You're not just going to give up. You're not just going to say, oh, well, Disney, no, you're going to continue to put everything you have into righting the ship. So, while I think it's good to be positive, and on my channel, while most of it is trashing Disney, and they deserve it, I don't do it just out of spite or hate or jealousy or any of that. It's because they literally deserve it. But yeah, of course, I'm always going to fight for Star Wars because it's under duress. It hasn't strayed on us. It's because she's held hostage. So I will definitely continue to fight. And there's nothing more positive than that. If you don't understand that, you need to look yourself in the mirror and say, well, am I really a Star Wars fan? Because if you really are passionate about something, that's why you're going to speak up about it. That's why you're going to call out Disney or problems or, what's going on. Not because you hate it, but because you love it. And it's just amazing to me that some people don't understand that fundamental thing. But it just shows me, back to what I said a few minutes ago, fundamentally, you're not really a Star Wars fan. Because if it's that easy to just like brush off and whatever, that to me shows me that it wasn't that important to you to begin with. I will reiterate, if your girl just kind of flips, what some people do, then you have to accept that and you move on in life. But when you know that she's being held hostage and she's not being herself because of an external reason, then you must fight for her. Or at least you would think you would. She throws her lightsaber over her shoulder, yes. And I saw something, things go against the lore or source material is also a point of fan separation. Yeah, it is. And just to clarify a little bit, you don't have to love it like I do. You don't have to get all detailed and nuanced like I do. It's okay if you like something that's not canon. That's fine. Me and most of us don't say you're not allowed to like the stuff. Enjoy it. but you're not allowed to call it canon. You're not allowed to call it true Star Wars because it's not. No matter how much you like it or want to insist, it's not. Period. Not because I'm God or I'm saying so. It's because it is what it is. Look up canon in the freaking dictionary. It's movie history. And just because you bought McGraw-Hill Books Company yesterday, you won the lottery, you buy McGraw-Hill Books, and you say, I'm going to rewrite all the history books, doesn't mean that history changes. It just means that you're going to, from now on, write history as you want. But those of us that know history, you can't change what happened. History is history. And it's the same thing with movie canon. No matter who owns it and wants to say and do what they want and put a label on it, and it doesn't matter, because what is already established is there, period. It's not an opinion. It's not an emotion. It's not me insisting. It is what it is. It is worth fighting for, to me. And ironically, like, you've got all these people like that defend Disney and the sequel trilogies, but yet if I turned around and bought Lucasfilm, or George Lucas bought back Lucasfilm, and he started making Star Wars again, all of these people would instantly be like, oh, well, the sequel trilogy was trash. What the hell is that? So anyways, I hope that little story kind of helps people understand where I come from and what, at least to my definition, is a true Star Wars fan. So I'm trying to remember what these YouTubers were saying, that, you know, that there's other things to do and other things to love. Oh, and I guess the last point was, you know, all these channels are so negative and just talk about, you know, all these bad things instead of talking about positive, instead of talking about the things that we love, is what they said. Well, I got news for you. What I love is Star Wars. So that's what I'm going to talk about. And if you don't get it, maybe you aren't really a Star Wars fan. Not a hardcore, not a real one. Maybe you're just a casual Star Wars fan. And I'm not saying that to be derogatory. That's fine. You don't have to be on the Star Wars fandom level that I am. That's okay. But you can't criticize or knock other people. You can't criticize a man for loving a woman to death because you don't love her to death, or any woman to death. That's foolish. You can do what you want with your life, but you can't sit here and say to someone that they're just being negative, when in reality, if you open your eyes, you'll see that they're being completely positive because they're fighting for something that they love. And last time I checked, I'm not the only Star Wars fan. There's millions of us out here that love this thing. And I don't claim to be everyone's hero or savior, or that, but know that I do this not just for me. I do it for you too. And I don't come on here and just bitch and throw things around. And I research, I put things together so that I can arm you. The next time someone wants to say some dumb shit out of their mouth, you can be like, oh yeah? Well, here's this article, or here's this video, or here's this fact. Chomp on that. So, anyways, that was the main thing. Hey, Echo Base, very happy to see you. You have to identify the negative in order to eliminate it. Brings positive results. Hail to you. So anyways, that was basically the stuff I wanted to get off my chest. Again, it's okay, your level of fandom. It's okay with you, how involved you want to be. But for other channels to be talking about people like, you know, why do you carry on? And why do you care? And I'm sorry that maybe you never experienced true love. I'm sorry that you don't have someone or something that compels you to care. I do. If no one ever complains, things will never change. Exactly. That's another thing. It's like, rather than accepting the trash that they give you, This is another thing that doesn't click with people's heads. You're the boss. You're the one in control. You're the one with the wallet. If no one goes to see those movies, they're not going to continue to make them because they want money. They don't care about your opinion, honestly. They care about money. So I don't know why some fans are just like, I feel helpless. I can't do anything. It doesn't matter what you say or do. And I get those comments all the time. You're not going to change anything. Martin Luther King wasn't going to change anything either, right? No, I don't pretend I'm Martin Luther King. I'm just saying. Speaking up, rallying together, pulling up the facts and the truth, and reminding people of that does make a difference. If women didn't, rally together to get voting rights, or people of all colors rally together to end slavery and get blacks' rights, then nothing would have changed. So, absolutely, you do need to say something because it does matter. And yeah, at the end of the day, this is just movies. But remember that this is the biggest, most important film franchise far and away, not even like close. Avatar, Lord of the Rings, all that stuff. Well, not that I compared those two because Lord of the Rings is far and away from Avatar, but it's just saying as far as like a big impact, making big money, those things are nowhere in the realm of Star Wars. Star Trek is massive, and as far as a TV thing, it's 1,000 times bigger than Star Wars. But as far as a cultural phenomenon, a cultural movement, and a film industry, Hollywood impact, Star Trek's a little P next to Star Wars. Everything is a P, or was a P next to Star Wars. And if you're going to allow the biggest, greatest franchise of all time to fall, well, then what's going to happen to all the other franchises? You see what happened to Doctor Who and Star Trek and all these other things. And by the way, I do like Star Trek because I've mentioned it sometimes here and there, and I'm not a huge fan, but I do like it. To me, Star Trek was always second. It's B to a Star Wars A. It's never was and never will be what Star Wars was. Nowhere on that level. But it's not to say that I'm trashing Star Trek for what it's worth. I enjoyed it. I used to watch the old stuff a lot when I was a kid. Loved it. Star Trek didn't change the world. It changed a bunch of geeks' world. And that's cool. That's fine. But it didn't change the world. Star Wars did. It's a whole other level of thing. And, like The Wrath of Khan, I think it's a great movie. I loved it and still do. But the last Star Trek movie I really watched was the one with the whales. And I don't remember that being a very special movie. And, is that a Revenge of the Sith or an Empire Strikes Back? Or no, we all know it's not. Anyways, let me catch up a little bit here. There's no such thing as bad feedback. Exactly. And there's no such thing as bad press either. Going back to that picture from earlier, that's why I laugh, because it's like you're only increasing my visibility. It did change everything. It literally did. And unless you really were there at that time, you don't understand it. You don't realize it because it literally changed the world. And that's something that kids or younger people just don't fathom or understand or come to grasp with. That it wasn't a movie like they are now. It was an entire world event. It was a whole other thing. Star Wars began the summer blockbuster events. It sure did. I mean, lines for blocks. Plus shirts and hats and posters and toys. And I mean... Okay, so anyways, that was the main stuff I wanted to get off my chest. That, this is why I do this. Because I love it. And because it matters to me. And, it's okay to love it the way that you do. That's fine. But I think it's foolish to make videos and say, well, why do you waste your time on that? There's other stuff and this and that. Well, some people maybe want to date 10 girls at once. I'm no angel. I've done my things in the past, but I rather find that one perfect girl and spend my time with her. And that's what I did with Star Wars. So, and I will continue to do so. Okay. So anyways, let's move on. I hope that was at least interesting for you guys. Just some stuff I wanted to get off my chest, because I see these other channels saying things, and it's just like, you know, again, it brings me to question your love and real fandom of Star Wars. Because if you're not up in arms with what Disney has done, and then you've got John Boyega and Daisy Ridley like blowing the shit up, I don't know what to tell you. I just don't get it. You never, if you're loving something that contradicts the OT and the PT, then how can you call yourself a Star Wars fan? Just by fundamentally, you can't be a Star Wars fan, because it's contradicting and destroying what was laid there before. Okay. So, with all of that said, and this is something that I don't usually do, but since I've been talking about negativity and people saying these things and all this stuff, I figured, let me share a little bit of positivity and just share something cool with you guys. Larry, the stormtrooper. I don't think this kid knows I exist. I don't really know his opinion of the Disney stuff. I know that he's made videos with like Kylo in it and stuff like that. So I think he's a little more neutral. He kind of, you know, just covers all the Star Wars stuff. But I've never heard him say like, I'm a Disney fan, or that stuff is canon or anything. He just makes really funny, cool Star Wars videos. I don't love 100% of them, but most of them, 90% at least. I mean, they're really funny, cool little cartoony videos. He's very witty. They're very well written. He gets Star Wars. You can tell by the references and the things that he says and stuff like that. The artwork isn't like, you know, award-winning, but it's really cool and it's fun. And I just like his stuff. So again, I don't know that he even knows who I am. He may never hear this, but I just I enjoy his content. And he today, just a couple hours ago, put up a video. It's a short 2-minute video, 2:20, about him getting his silver plate YouTube button. 100,000 subscribers. So it is a massive thing to reach 1,000 subscribers. You know, to reach 100,000 is just a huge, tremendous milestone. It's something that most people, probably 95, 98% of people that make videos on YouTube will never reach that. You know, there's channels with millions of subscribers, but 100,000 is something that most people will never attain. So it's a big deal. So anyways, I like this kid's videos. I think they're really cool. I think he's talented at what he does. I just wanted to give him a shout out and, you know, congratulations, because he got his PlayStation, or I don't know why I keep thinking PlayStation, his YouTube silver button. And it's a big deal. And I think he deserves it. So I'm not going to play the sound, and I'm only going to play a few seconds. The sound I'm not going to play because I'm worried. I don't know his music, if it's copywritten or not. And I only want to play a few seconds of the most important part, but I really encourage you guys to, one, check out his channel, probably subscribe if you like his stuff. I think his stuff is great. It's funny, it's witty. It's just fun stuff. But I wanted to share a couple, like about, I don't know, 30 seconds or so of this video, not only to give him a little bit of praise, but also because it's really cool what he did for his, let's say, celebration video for receiving the button. So anyways, I'm going to play a few seconds here. Basically, his channel is Larry the Stormtrooper. Do check him out. Oh, I think he even went up. Now he's 150K. I could have sworn he was like 127 earlier? Could that be right? I mean, it's not impossible. I don't think he was at 150, or maybe it was 147. I know he had to have gotten some subs because earlier that wasn't an even number. Anyways, really cool channel. He has some cool stuff. I'm going to show you this briefly, just because what he did is really cool. He's a very creative. He looks like a young guy. You don't see his face, but you do kind of get his. You see him a little bit, and it's just really creative and very cool what he did. So I wanted to share it with you guys, and again, spread a little positivity. And just to kind of preface, he's in his office and he's working on his computer, and you're not going to hear the sound, but this is the moment when he hears a knock on the door. So I'm going to make this a big screen and play a few seconds for you. So enjoy it because it's really neat. So there you go. Very cool. You can tell that he's very proud, and I thought it was just really cool, the editing and what he did there. Really neat. And definitely go check it out because he's got sound effects and there's music. It's really, really well done little video there. But just wanted to say, congrats to him. I like his stuff. Very cool. And that's a huge thing to reach. It's not an easy goal to reach. So very awesome. Okay, so let's get to the main topic of the day. Did George Lucas have a plan for Star Wars? Well, before getting into more details on it, have you ever watched Star Wars? Because if you watch these 6 movies, even if you don't want watch them in order, even if you watch them scrambled up, Nick from Echo Base has some crazy order, and I know that some people like the ring theory, and there's these different things. Even if you saw one like years ago and then later you get back into it, or you see them at different times, whatever the case, if you watch these 6 movies, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist. It's a story. It's about Anakin overall, and particularly the first 3 movies are Anakin, and then it's about Luke Skywalker and this guy who's conflicted, gets turned by evil. Not just he becomes evil, but gets drawn in by evil, manipulated by evil, does terrible things, and deep down he has a good heart. And his son reminds him. and helps them come back. It's not a complicated story. There's a lot of nuance, there's a lot of things, but it's a very concise and straightforward and story of continuity. It's not difficult to understand. Whether you like sci-fi or not, it's technically not a sci-fi film. It's a space opera. We love it because it has cool ships and lightsabers and sounds and R2 and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, at the core of it, it's like a, I won't say a love story, but it's like a story of family. And I hate to kind of say that because that's what Disney says and they just spit all over it. But yeah, technically, you know, it's about family and friends and fighting for right and coming together and, you know, these types of things. Stuff that you all know, you know, of course. Again, I question your fandom. If you're going to be saying, George Lucas never had a plan, he constantly was changing things, blah, 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 blah. Have you watched 1 through 6? Because if you can say those types of things, you either never really watched them or you just simply didn't understand them. Because it's not, again, complicated and it's spelled out for you. Now, there's two nuances here that a lot of people just don't get, or that this is where their error comes. First, real quick, for what it's worth, I've heard of your channel, but never heard of this Larry guy till now. Well, wow, thanks. As you can see, he's much larger. His stuff is really awesome. I don't endorse many channels, and it's not because I don't want to, maybe, or I just, I don't know what to say on that one. There's not many channels that really impress me or that are true to what they do or say. A lot of channels, you know, not to be mean, just really don't have very quality content, and or they're just not really true about their passion for Star Wars. Some channels do both, like Mahler. I'm a huge fan. Robot Head, I'm a huge fan. Those two guys. In fact, I was mentioned in a comment with them, and I was like, holy shit. Somebody mentioned me with Mahler and Robot Head. That's one of the greatest things to me to ever happen. As far as YouTube, you know. I think those guys are amazing. They just make amazing videos. The editing, sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit. The editing, they I think they write out scripts, because I'm more of like, you know, go with it. Even when I make my videos, I don't write scripts. I did for the Empire video that's coming up, but outside of that, I don't write scripts. But anyways, those guys, you know, they're amazing, and they are, to me, great examples of guys that know and love Star Wars, and they do other stuff, but also just the quality of their stuff. It's fantastic. So I don't mention a lot of other channels because I don't know. I think a lot of them aren't great. I'm not trying to down anybody or, you know, shit on anybody. I'm just being honest. A lot of it is popularity. But yeah, there are channels that I do enjoy very much, and I don't hesitate to mention them. And Larry, again, I don't think he knows I exist. I don't know. I kind of wonder if he likes the Disney stuff, but you can see the passion of what he's doing and the quality of his stuff, especially like the writing, like the punchlines and the things that they say. Like, if you guys, anybody that hasn't seen him, that has seen this stream, please go check him out, because his videos are very entertaining. They're funny and they're cool and they're just fun. So anyways, he may not have had it planned out 100%, but he knew the overall story arc he wanted to tell. Well, what do you want to get on this live stream for me? I'm teasing. Yes, overall, that's what I'm going to be talking about. And that's one of the 2 points that I was going to make. This is where people fail. where they don't understand the error of their ways. So first of all, no, none of us, not even George Lucas, claims that he had it all written down, every detail, word for word, script, camera angle, all that. None of us has ever said that, not even George Lucas. But one, he knows in his head and in his heart what Star Wars is. That's like you asking me about my daughter. I don't have to write a book. I know. So I, better than anybody, can tell you. Okay? Or I can tell you about myself better than anybody because I know myself. So obviously, George created, loves, and is Star Wars. So he didn't have to write it all down because he knows what the damn thing is. Did he, over time, develop things and change things and expand on things? And absolutely. Did he have every detail planned out? No, nobody's claiming that. But he knows his universe. And he knew from the beginning the overall story. Not only has he stated it, other people have stated it. He has journals and film clips and all kinds of stuff that prove it. But the only real proof that anyone needs is watch 1 through 6. There's not a question that there was a plan, that he knew what the story was. And if you don't see this, either you're just not very intelligent or you're not really a Star Wars fan. To argue that and to try to bring up as a counterpoint to me showing Disney chewing the shit out of, or Daisy chewing the shit out of Disney, and your argument is, well, but George Lucas didn't have a plan, just goes to show that either you're just an asshole, stupid, or you really don't know and care about Star Wars to begin with, or all three. There's no denying that. He made the rules. Yes, D, I just caught the corner eye. He established the rules of his universe and stuck to it. And that's another thing, is that he didn't go back on things. Okay, he stuck to it. He kept it going, and it all has continuity. There's no canon conflicts in George Lucas Star Wars. So the first error of your ways, whoever is seeing this and wants to argue, is that, number one, yes, he did have a plan. Number two, it doesn't matter what he did at Skywalker Ranch, in his office, on vacation, at the set. None of that matters. It's his property, it's his universe, and he could have changed Darth Vader's line or Darth Maul's costume or what the Star Destroyer looks like 1,000 times. It doesn't matter, because that's behind the scenes. All movies have changes. All movies expand and things happen. That's not an argument. That's fine. What matters is what he put on the screen. What we saw, our part of Star Wars, that was his part of Star Wars. Technically, we're not even supposed to be privy to any of that. We're not supposed to know what his notebooks were and his notes and his interviews and all that stuff. He was kind enough to share that stuff with us. He didn't have to show us old notebooks and notes. He didn't have to tell us that there was 9 episodes. He didn't have to do any of that stuff. So people should be thanking him that he not only did he make the greatest film franchise in history, but he was even kind enough to further extend that, to give us inside looks, to show us his notes, to explain in interviews that, I did this, but then I later changed it to this. To be transparent and let us have an inner look, because he knows we love and care about it so much. He even went as far as to, on the old StarWars.com, they had an audio file where he would encourage, not just let you, he would encourage you to make fan films. He gave us audio files of sound effects so that we could make fan films that would be somewhat canon, that they would be like EU, created by us. So he didn't have to show us any of that, and yet he did. And then you got dumbasses that want to try to, 40 years later, be like, but he didn't know what he was doing. He didn't have a plan. Have you seen 1 through 6? You can't make that kind of movie or saga with no plan. That doesn't just happen. It's not a mistake. Anakin's story, the way that it ties in with Luke and Leia and all these things, isn't a mistake. Did a lot of things line up and he was lucky? Sure. Did he have a shit ton of help? Absolutely. Did people have to believe in him and give him the money and the room to do it? And absolutely. There's all these things. I'm not saying the man is perfect. But if you truly think that George Lucas didn't have a plan, you live on some other galaxy. I don't know what's wrong with you. Because you don't make those kind of movies and that complete saga without a plan. You know, I saw somebody say, I think it was on Facebook, it might have been Twitter. You know, Disney has, it was something to this effect. I don't remember exactly, but it was something to this effect. You know, somehow Disney obviously didn't have a plan with 3 movies, and yet Feige managed to make, I think they said 20 movies and keep the MCU in order. He had a plan and he executed it. You don't pull off all those Marvel movies without a plan, period. Now, I'm not a huge fan of all those movies. I prefer more of the comic versions of those characters. Spider-Man, I never saw Endgame. You know why? Because the one before, what was it, Infinite or Infinity or whatever, I don't even remember. Spider-Man was this little crybaby bitch. I'm just like, this isn't Spider-Man, dude. Yes, he was a kid, insecure, and he had his things. But when he was Spider-Man, he didn't fuck around. Spider-Man is one of the baddest superheroes, period. He saved many lives, and even other superheroes' lives. So to see him all like, you know, piss me off. Now, I don't hate that movie, and I think they're fun, and they look cool and all that, but I'm not even saying that about MCU because I'm a huge fan, because I'm not. What I'm saying is, those movies were very successful, and at least within their own universe, were pretty, you know, has continuity. It makes sense. So if Feige can pull off, I think it was 20 movies, then how can freaking Lucasfilm not pull off 3? Because there was no plan. And how could George Lucas pull off 6? Way back when, before there was internet, social media, advanced computers, advanced technology in the film industry, you know, all this stuff. Because he had a plan. Because he had a story. Because he knew the story. He didn't know every detail. But he certainly had a plan, and he certainly knew the story. Now, you're still going to have people that want to argue, oh, but this and that, and midi-chlorians, he just made it up. And oh, really? Welcome to Not My Star Wars. Journal of the Whills, Part 1. The Journal of the Whills, Part 1, 1973. Was a handwritten 2-page partial outline for the story that would, after many further rewrites and explorations of ideas, become Star Wars, 1977. Okay? So, first of all, what is supposed to be the sequel trilogy was the original Star Wars in 1973. So don't tell me he didn't have a plan or know what he was talking about. Now, the link to this will be in the description, but any of you can search it, fandom. This one's a short one, but it tells you a little bit about it. There's nothing too important for me to read it to you. But the point here is that in 1973, he had notes on this. It's not some new thing. He didn't just make it up. He had a plan since 4 years before the freaking movie even came out. And if you think about it, remember the movies each took 3 years to make? 1973 to 77 is 4 years. That meant he spent a whole year getting his story right, planning it out, and then over 3 years, taking his time to make sure his shit was correct. And he took 3 years between each film to make sure his shit was correct, that it didn't have continuity problems, that it didn't break canon, that the story made sense. People make me crazy. Midi-chlorians. Without the midi-chlorians, life could not exist, and we would have no knowledge of the Force. They continually speak to us, telling us the will of the Force. When you learn to quiet your mind, you'll hear them speaking to you. That's Qui-Gon to Anakin. Remember when he was little in Phantom Menace. Okay. Again, you can look it up. Here it's on Fandom. The link is in the description. And there's a ton of stuff that explains them, what they are, how they work. Some people, I don't know, just seem to have some huge problem with the midi-chlorians. To me, it makes perfect sense, and I'm so glad he introduced them because it explains how the freaking Force works. Which the midi-chlorians come from the wills. They're little microscopic life forms. Okay? And they basically are the connection to the Force. The Force flows through everything, but midi-chlorians are what connect you to the Force. The more midi-chlorians you have, the more connected you are to the Force. Not everyone has them, and some people have much more than everyone. The Force flows through everything, but not everyone's a Force user. Now, there's a lot of stuff here. I'm not going to read it all. You guys can take the time and look. Again, the link is in the description. But the point here is this. Give me just a moment. Whether you like them, you dislike them, you agree with them, I love them. I think they're awesome, and I'm glad he did it. Most people seem to have some terrible, tragic problem with them, which I don't understand. But okay, whatever. Here's the point. Just a moment. It is said that certain creatures are born with a higher awareness of the Force than humans. Their brains are different. So, for example, Yoda would have been more connected to the Force than humans, for example. But as we all know, Anakin was the highest in history, the chosen one. George Lucas, establishing guidelines for the expanded universe in 1977, said that. Okay? The guy that had no plan. Midi-chlorians were first conceived by George Lucas as early as 1977. In this time, the first expanded universe products were being created, including the ongoing Marvel Star Wars series and Alan Dean Foster's novel Splinter of the Mind's Eye. Great book, by the way. If you've never read that, it's one of the best Star Wars EU books. Lucas sat down, and it was, in fact, the first Star Wars EU book. Lucas sat down with a member of his staff, Carol Titleman, to dictate a number of guidelines for these works. Again, a plan setting rules and guidelines back in 77, explaining various concepts of his universe. Okay, and there's a ton of stuff here. Well, actually, let me finish this paragraph because there was some stuff. Among them was an explanation of midi-chlorians, which Force-sensitive beings were said to have more of in their cells. However, Lucas did not feel he had the time to introduce the concept of midi-chlorians. And then it goes on to say that they were introduced 22 years later in Phantom Menace. So midi-chlorians existed before you even knew what the hell Star Wars was. So the next time someone says to you, well, but he didn't have a plan. He was just making it up as he goes along. He didn't know what he was doing. Laugh. Don't be rude. Don't punch them in the eye like you probably want to. Just laugh at them because they don't know what they're talking about. And again, I don't want to come off as a dick. It's okay if you don't know this stuff. It's okay if you're not as involved or invested as I am. That's fine. But what's not okay is for you to talk to someone like me and say, it's bullshit. You don't know what you're talking about. George Lucas just made it up. No. You don't know what you're talking about. Because if there's one thing I know in this world, it's fucking Star Wars. I never had a problem with midi-chlorians either. I thought they were great. You know, from me, I understood them from the beginning. Did I understand every detail? No. But I got it. If the more midi-chlorians you have, the more stronger you are in the Force. It's not complicated. Not everybody. Well, apparently everybody has them, but some have. Most people have very minimal amounts. Once you start to get to a certain amount, then you start to have Force sensitivity. And obviously, the more you have, the more connected and powerful you are in the Force. Yoda would have been very high in midi-chlorians, naturally. Mace, Obi-Wan, Luke. Okay? But Anakin, far and away, had more midi-chlorians. That's why Lucas, again, knowing what the hell he's doing, made it a point for Qui-Gon to say, or no, it was Obi-Wan. to say not even Master Yoda has that many. That wasn't a throwaway line or just, mistake. Or, I mean, there's a point. There's a reason why they state that, is because it was confirming that Anakin was the chosen one, that he's special, that if Master Yoda doesn't have what little 10-year-old Anakin has, it's telling you, hello. So, again, I got it from the beginning. I didn't know exactly every nuance, but I knew that that's what he was saying. That's how the Force works. The more you have, the more connected you are. It's not rocket science. But some people, like, that's one of their biggest contentions. Like, oh, he introduced midi-chlorians and ruined Star Wars. To me, it strengthened it. It explained how the Force works. Like, Star Wars, it was this big mystic thing, the Force. Well, it still is. Nothing changed. All it's doing is explaining the connection, how your body, your being, your soul connects and interacts with the Force. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm glad he did it. The point here, though, is that anybody that tries to tell you that nonsense, that he didn't know what he was doing, well, I just showed you the proof. Again, I don't do theories. I do facts. Since 1973, the wills existed, or the Journal of the Wills. And part of that was the midi-chlorians. Now, he stated to this person when he was establishing the rules in 77, but I believe that he had the midi-chlorians in his mind from back in 73 in the wills. So it even goes back farther. But regardless of when anybody wants to argue or say or whatever, just laugh at them because they don't know. Since 1973, George Lucas had his plan. Now, Luke submitted one question about the father reveal. He stuck to his original concept. Yeah, and I won't get too much into it, but things changed. Nobody's arguing that he had everything exactly planned out and that things didn't change. At first, it wasn't the twins. Okay, he said that himself. Later, Luke and Leia became twins. That's part of why he kisses Leia, or Leia kisses him, because he wasn't sure where that triangle was going to go. But then he saw that that's what made sense, and that Han and blah, blah, blah. We all know the story. But that's behind the scenes. That's in the script room. That's none of our business. We're lucky to see that stuff and enjoy it and speculate and all that. But at the end of the day, that doesn't matter because that's behind the scenes. What matters is what's on the screen has continuity in its canon. What the movies are don't have issues. What he did in his office, whether he changed it once or 1,000 times, is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. What matters is what the movies are. And that's the issue here. I don't know what the Mickey Musketeers don't understand, is that the final product, the movies, are a mess. And there was no plan. A blind man can see that. All right, I'm going to show you one more. Yes, please do, and thank you, D. I'm going to show you another thing for Lucas, but I think I've pretty much driven the point. Not to mention Daisy, Oscar Isaac, Ian McDermott. I mean, all these people have said that this shit was not the plan. Just a second. This is from 1995, the videotapes. Now, I have this video, and I could have taken a clip and all that, but I wanted to actually play it off of Star Wars, that you could see on the actual Star Wars YouTube from 2014, this is up there. But again, you got knuckleheads that want to argue, well, you don't know what you're talking about. The Star Wars, he didn't know what he was doing. It's on the freaking Star Wars YouTube, you dumbass. Anyways, I'm going to play a couple seconds. If you guys can confirm that you can hear it, let me know. The overall thing is like 30 seconds a minute, but I'm going to play a couple seconds just so I can make sure you guys can hear it. So please confirm for me.
And finally took it to 20th Century Fox. Alma Jr. said, "I'm interested." He said, "I don't understand this, but I loved American Graffiti, and whatever you do is okay with me, because otherwise I don't think it would have ever gotten done, because it was crazy, spaceships and Wookiees and robots."
Okay, you guys, you can hear that? Okay, yes, you can hear it. Good. Okay, so here's the point. I don't remember if it was right here or 220, but okay. Listen carefully to what George Lucas has to say. I'll make a big screen, not that it really matters for this, but this is 1995 off the video cassettes.
Robots, and it was just unlike anything that had ever been seen before.
Tell me about that first script. Now, did you try to tell the whole story in one script?
Well, at that point, it wasn't the whole story. I wrote a script, and the script was very ambitious. It told a very large story. When I finished it, I realized that it was way too big to make into a movie. So I took the first part of it, sort of the first act, and I said, I'll make the movie about this. And I had to expand on it and move it around, play with it a little bit. But I basically then focused on that as being the film. And I said, someday, if I ever get a chance, maybe I'll make these other things, the rest of it, the other 2/3 into a movie. But right now, that's just going to have to go on the shelf, and I'll leave it there. And so that's really how the first project came to pass. The other part of it is in order to write that first script, I had to write a backstory about where Darth Vader came from, how the kids evolved, his wife, how Ben related to all that, how the Emperor came to power. And that ended up being the basis for the projects that I'm working on now.
You have a go-ahead on the script. You're revising it as you're preparing now.
Okay, so I had to write a backstory. Why? Because I had a plan. I wasn't just going to, in 1974, probably when he started filming, with a budget of $10 million, which was insane, just, on a whim, make a movie. He had a plan. There's absolute proof of it. Most of us know this, but since there's, airheads out here that want to argue it. So anyways, like I said, the next time some dumbass says, well, he didn't have a plan, he was changing things all the time, feel free to just laugh at them. Don't argue, don't fight, because you're just wasting your time. But you certainly can tell them to go do your homework. Or you could say, hey, go to YouTube. There's a channel called NotMySTARWARS, and he does Star Wars facts, not theories. And yes, I am poking at someone, because I've said that a few times now. Anyways, it's just unbelievable. Here's my thing. You don't have to be an expert in everything. You don't have to know everything. You don't have to. But if you're going to argue with somebody, know what the hell you're talking about. Something that has been around since 77. Something that has fans that were around before you were freaking born. Don't sit here and argue. Know what you're talking about. Not what some kid said on Facebook. Not what some dumbass Disney Mouseketeer said in a video. Really do your homework. And it's not hard to find this stuff. It's the Star Wars YouTube, for Christ's sake. Spend a day on StarWars.com. Learn something. Anyways, I know that the people watching this, I don't have to prove it or show it. You all know that he had a plan. You all know that Disney's a mess and didn't have a plan. But just to remind you and to make you feel good about it and not have any doubts, and for anybody that wants to talk any smack, well, I've shown you where the stuff is. You can send them to this video or any of my videos, and facts are facts. George Lucas didn't fly by the seat of his pants. He loved this thing. He treated it with very special love and care, and it's not a mistake. Again, a lot of things had to line up and work in his favor to make this all happen, but it is not a mistake. The Star Wars is what it is. The guy is freaking smart, and he, as I've said even in the live stream, he might not know how to tie his own freaking shoes, but he certainly knows how to write a space opera and keep that shit together and concise and continuity and respectful and all these things. So, without a doubt, there you go. since 1973, and probably earlier, because remember, he was a kid growing up, Flash Gordon, dreaming about this stuff. Before he really put it down to paper, he was already developing things in his mind. So probably at least 1970, he had some of this stuff in his mind. He didn't really pen it down and get it down probably till, 73, whatever. But how long was he writing the wills and all that? So, it's just silly. All right. Well, I think I've driven that point pretty well into the ground. There's not really anything anybody can argue there. Okay, which way are we going to go? I guess I have a couple little scraps of news to talk about, and there's something I want to talk about with Clone Captain Rex, which I guess I'll talk about him last because it kind of ties into other stuff here. Okay, so next up, and by the way, again, this stuff is in the description. The links are there. Anybody can reference it, read it, whatever, anytime. Oh, there was one thing, if I can find it real quick. Oh, yeah. Just to kind of put the last nail in the coffin, I guess, if you will. There was one little thing I meant to read. Journal of the Wills. The outline begins. This is the story of Mace Windu, a revered Jedi Bendu of Opuchi, as related to us by C.J. Thorpe, Padawan learner to the famed Jedi Thorpe, called either CJ or C2. It switches back and forth in the document. Actually stands for Chewie to Thorpe of Kissel. Okay? So, some of you are picking up on this. Kissel is Kessel. The Kessel Run. Chewie to Thorpe. Chewie and R2-D2, C3PO. Mace Windu. We all know who that is. Jedi Bendu. Oh, gee, I wonder where Dave Filoni got that for Rebels, the Bendu. Maybe from 1973, the fricking Wills. Okay, so, again, absolute plan. Absolute knew what he was doing. Let's move on. Boy. Disney and all these little musketeers make it way too easy for me. All right. Twitter's fans say Rosario Dawson is transphobic, asks for recast of Ahsoka Tano. Okay, I'm not interested in any of that mess. I don't know that it's true. I've read through the synopsis of it. There's no real evidence there. I wasn't there. I don't know. She's in a court case over it. It was filed in April of 2018. Until that's proven, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. From everything I've seen of Rosario Dawson over the years, she seems like a very nice and honest girl. She seems nice enough. She's a good actress. Blah, blah, blah. I bring it up for two reasons. First of all, a lot of people were crying about Ashley Eckstein, or they want to cancel her. This is how they're trying to cancel her, is by bringing this thing up. But I want you to look, and I don't know, let me see if I can maybe make this bigger for you guys so you can get a good look. Okay. Now I want you to look at her face next to Ahsoka's. If you know me, I don't want to see Ahsoka anymore. She's supposed to be dead, and I definitely don't want to see her in The Mandalorian. And while I used to love her, I'm pretty so over her. She's all OP'd and stupid now, but whatever. If they're going to make Ahsoka, look at their faces, and you have to admit that it's uncanny. She would at least look like, and we know that she's an A-grade, A-list actress. She's not like some offshoot or a voice actress. Okay? She's been in major films. But just look at her face and Ahsoka's face. You paint her orange. She's Ahsoka Tano. Look at the shape of her eyes. Ahsoka's eyes are bigger, but the shape of her eyes. The lines of her brow and her eyebrows. her forehead, particularly. Look at her nose. Like, you see here? Look at her nose. I mean, she literally has Ahsoka's nose. It's maybe just slightly wider, but I mean, that's Ahsoka's nose. Look at her mouth, her lips. Very much Ahsoka. Also, this part of her lips. Okay? The lines here. The roundness of her chin and jaw. I mean, it's uncanny how perfect of an Ahsoka she would at least look. And we know she's a great actress, so she could pull that part off. Can she do the athletic stuff? Well, I mean, she's in shape. She could do at least the main stuff and have a stunt girl. So while I am not for Ahsoka, I think that Rosario, just honestly, objectively, is a perfect fit for her. So I wanted to, one, make that point. But I also wanted to make the point that there's the case was filed in April of 2018, but for whatever reason in March 2020, all these people got upset. And I think it was, I don't remember exactly, but it was probably because that's around the time the rumor of her becoming Ahsoka came out. And all these people, of course, wanted to instantly cancel her, and it should be Ashley Eckstein and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so the reason I mention it is because recently the Mandalorian trailer was supposed to come out, and then it got delayed. So while it's rumor and stuff that I'm seeing and hearing, there was some issue with the trailer. It wasn't that it's not ready, it's that they had an issue with the trailer and they had to re-edit it. And they also had to do some minor reshoots. Not the whole season, not a big thing like The Rise of Skywalker and all the trilogy mess. But they did have some issues and they had to reshoot some stuff. And in particular, there's a problem in the trailer. That's why they didn't release it. So my first speculation was that because of this thing coming up, and then, or because Twitter nutballs were bringing this up as soon as they announced her, which again, we still don't have a concrete confirmation that she's even in the show or is Ahsoka, but just playing off of what everybody is believing that she will be Ahsoka. We don't even know if Ahsoka's technically in the show, but we'll play along that she's going, not only Ahsoka's there and Rosario's going to play her. So the point is that as soon as they announced her, a bunch of people wanted to cancel her. Recently, like a week or two ago, I saw something, another mention about this, and it was because the trailer was supposed to be coming out. And then the trailer doesn't come out because they had to reshoot and fix something in the trailer. So my first speculation and possibility is that because of this case, I don't know where this case is at. Remember, it was filed in April of 2018. Maybe Disney heard something, or maybe because people are bringing it up, they got scared, and they might have pulled Ahsoka, at least from the trailer, and that was the delay. That's the first speculation. Again, I'm just speculating. I'm not trying to cause a rumor, or I'm not saying this is fact. I'm just connecting dots as someone that understands Star Wars and Disney and all of this. Okay, so that's one possibility of why the trailer has not released, is because of this problem. Because if she is indeed Ahsoka, I could see Disney, with all the problems they're having right now, trying to do damage control. So that might be one of the reasons. Okay. Just a second. Close some of these tabs. Okay, this was the 8th, 2 days ago. The Mandalorian exclusive first look inside season 2. All right, there's not much here, but I'm going to build off of this. But there was a few things I wanted to mention. They released like 4 images from season 2. If you know me, I am not a fan of the show. It has a lot of production problems and lore problems. I don't hate the show. It is fun. I did watch the entire first season, and I'm reviewing all the episodes, and I will be watching season 2. I'm not telling no one to watch it or not to like it. I'm not saying that it needs to be canned or that you shouldn't enjoy it, because just having fun, it's fun. But being someone that loves Star Wars, I also can recognize that it's not Star Wars and that it breaks canon and that it has production problems. Just as a TV show, never mind what genre, story, title, it has massive production problems, which I don't know. I guess most people aren't catching, but I see it like, holy shit, this is bad. Anyways, I will say that he looks a lot cooler and a lot better with his newer armor. He's starting to actually look like a freaking Mandalorian. Will he be smarter and a better bounty hunter? I hope so, because he was pretty freaking lame in season 1. I mean, getting his ass whooped all over the place, just looking like a fool. But anyways, I do think he looks a lot better. As far as aesthetically, well, there's potential there. Baby Yoda has grown. All right, there was a few things here. And here they're talking about Baby Yoda. There's one of the pictures, which I'm sure most of you saw. Just as a side note, one of the High Republic airheads cut out this section with Gina and Mando. Older. One of the worthless authors over at the High Republic. And he made a caption like, well, she's mad because he's wearing a mask, like trying to imply that she doesn't want people to wear masks. I don't know how many of you pay attention to her Twitter, but she's been under attack lately for making common sense. Like, well, you all can go out and riot. Yes, riot, not protest, because you're all burning shit down, destroying businesses. But yet, a certain California senator can get her haircut, and heaven forbid you can go to church, but you all could be rioting in the streets. Anyway, so he made a smart ass comment like, oh, she's mad because he's wearing a mask. No, if you pay attention to the whole picture, they're all obviously focused in on some sort of enemy or something over here, probably Moff Gideon, and they're probably inside of a Star Destroyer, because he has hinted at he's inside of a very large ship. They're doing member berries. Get ready, because you're going to see a Star Destroyer. Anyways, so just a side note on that, she's not even looking at Mando. You can see that she's looking past him at whoever's over here. And then smart-ass older, who's a half-ass, fake-ass Star Wars writer. Anyways. Just a moment. Just need to find the stuff. Some of the stuff you heard, and some of this is just nonsense. This is Entertainment Weekly, by the way. And there you can see Baby Yoda. He's taller, which I'm going to show you another picture here in just a second. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and show you guys something real quick. I realized that in my last stream I was talking about this, but the picture apparently wasn't being shared for whatever stupid reason, so I was talking about it like you guys were seeing it. So this time I'm making sure you can see it, but it kind of ties into what I'm talking about. Let me check here on the other laptop and it's catching up. Okay, so the point I was making was that here's Baby Yoda in season 1, and you can see his head is right here around the strap of his shells. And then season 2, you can see him, he's basically at Mando's knee. Now, some people were freaking out like, oh my God, he's bigger. And, he's not going to be a baby forever. And I understand the cuteness and all that, but he's just a device to sucker you into the show. He has to grow and he has to move on. And in fact, his mission is to deliver this kid. This show has become the Baby Yoda show. It's called The Mandalorian. Hello. People need to get over this kid. That's only going to last so long. Even if he stayed a baby the whole time. The point is The Mandalorian. Anyways, yes, he has grown, as he should, and we need to move forward. We can't keep playing around with this little baby, who he should have never had in the first place. I got news for you. Any real bounty hunter, especially Boba Fett, would have dropped him off and kept it moving, because they're all about business, and this guy is worried about this baby. It's a cute sentiment. It's nice. Okay, he cares. Blah, blah, blah. He was a foundling and blah, blah, blah. Dude, you're a Mandalorian bounty hunter. Move on. Anyways. So, back to this. Let's see. Okay, for one, Gina Carano mentions, because they get asked all the time, are all these people going to show up in the show? And she says some of them are true and some are not true. So who, what, where, we don't know. But I personally have heard Luke Skywalker, Anakin Skywalker, Grand Moff Tarkin, Rex, Ahsoka, Boba Fett, the sheriff, who right now his name is slipping me, but Timothy Oliphant would be playing him. Shoot, right now I can't think of his damn name. The character is a sheriff, not Jester Moreel. There's another guy. Anyways, doesn't matter. Also Michael Biehn, who was in the Terminator, is supposedly somewhere in there. I'm trying to think of what other characters I've heard of. Well, anyways, there's maybe one or two others, but so she's giving some confirmation that some of them are there and some are not. Who, what, where, I don't know. We'll see, but that's interesting. But it also says that all these characters we've been hearing about, obviously, they're not all there. Okay. I will get back to this picture, but that's another picture they're showing you. All right, so Favreau says, the new season is about introducing a larger story in the world. Now, let's go back a little bit. In the, I think it was the first quarter report, I have a video. I'm pretty sure it's the video Bob Iger steps down as Disney CEO. In that video, there's audio from the first quarter report, and oh no, it might not be that video. It might be I think it's Disney trading movies for spin-off shows, or Mandalorian spin-offs, something like that is the title of that video. Okay, so there's audio of Iger talking in the report. I believe it's the first quarter financial report. And he mentions how they're really focused on TV and The Mandalorian, which is funny because months after that, they released this, oh, the new movies are coming out, and they're not working on any movies, guys. And he says that they're focused on Mandalorian and spin-offs of characters in The Mandalorian. He said this several months ago. So now, you got Favreau saying that the new season is about introducing a larger story in the world. These stories become less isolated, yet each episode has its own flavor. And hopefully we're bringing a lot more scope to the show. Adds Filoni, everything gets bigger. The stakes get higher, but also the personal story between the child and the Mandalorian develops in a way I think people will enjoy. Okay. So, not only from what Iger said several months ago, but now Favreau is saying that the Mandalorian show is going to start changing drastically. It's not going to be these little episodes of the Mandalorian and or the Mandalorian with Baby Yoda, their adventures. it's going to start turning into this much bigger world with all these other characters coming in and out and establishing new faces to now make new shows. One obvious candidate, Dave Filoni, is going to be an Ahsoka show. We'll see what happens there, but they are clearly spelling it out that they're expanding things and that it's going to be about other characters. I'll get more into that in a moment. And while the first season's episodes were very strictly focused on Mando, season 2 adds new storytelling angles. Okay, so that right there tells you, while it was focused on Mando, now it's not. As we introduce other characters, there are opportunities to follow different storylines, Favreau says. The world was really captivated by Game of Thrones and how that evolved as the characters followed different storylines. That's very appealing to me as an audience member. Okay. As I've said in many, many videos, this show was never about the Mandalorian. It was about Baby Yoda. And now they're doubling down, and they're going to start introducing all these other characters. And furthermore, not even make spin-off shows, but within the show, they're going to start having episodes about just different characters, not even the Mandalorian. Okay, so there might be an episode of like an Ahsoka adventure and an episode of this person, Boba Fett, or whatever. On paper, it sounds good. But why the hell did you make a show? Did you can Boba Fett make a show called The Mandalorian, and it's not about the freaking Mandalorian? Understand that what Daisy said the other day with the lack of planning and all that we've known, know something, guys. It's not just the sequel trilogy. The Clone Wars, Rebels, the comic books, the books, the video games, and even the Mandalorian, there was no plan. It's all in the air. It's all just riding the tide and finding the seat of their pants. And if anyone thinks that The Mandalorian Season 2 is going to be spectacular and save Disney and bring up Disney Plus, I got very harsh news for you. It's going to fail, flop terribly. Because it's now becoming a device to just establish other characters to make other shows. I think it's a cool concept that you have a show that has different stories about different characters. But then call it, The Outer Rim, The Aftermath, The Day After. I don't know, call it anything. But if you're going to call it The Mandalorian, well, first of all, it should have been about freaking Boba Fett. Or Bo-Katan, or Sabine Wren, or Jango Fett. Not just some new noob who looks ridiculous all the time because he makes terrible decisions and is getting ass whooped left and right. And the show isn't even about him. It's literally just trying to establish TV so that we can now sell you all these other stories. That was Disney's plan, is just keep going, keep doubling down. Let's just keep making shit. So I would love for The Mandalorian to be a good show. But season 1 has proven to me it's not going to be. What Disney has done with Star Wars definitely proves to me it's not going to be. And here they are telling you that it's expanding and going to be about other characters and other stories, not even The Mandalorian. Game of Thrones was cool. I never was a huge fan, like people were crazy about it, but it was cool. I watched it. It was fun. And it was neat that, yes, there was, it would go off. It would be about Jon Snow, and then it would be about Daenerys, and then it would be about this character or that character. All that's fine. It was cool. But it was Game of Thrones. It was a world show. It wasn't the Jon Snow show. So now you started with a show that trashed Boba Fett is supposed to be all about this bounty hunter tough guy in the West. You try to establish him, and then at very first episode, nobody even cared about him anymore because it was about Baby Yoda. Then and IG-11. They stole the show, not Mandalorian. Then you bring in Gina. She was a lot of people's like her. So throughout the show, it's like you totally forgot about this guy. You don't even care about him. It's just ridiculous. If they want to do like a Game of Thrones with all these branches, cool. But don't call it The Mandalorian and establish a character called The Mandalorian. Now, this is going to further tie into something I'm going to talk about in a minute, but I'm just saying, I'm laying the bricks here, okay? So you guys are getting the scope of this. As I've stated in the past, the estimated budget for the whole season was $100 million. From the reports I've seen, each episode was roughly $15 million. If you divide $100 million by 8 episodes, that's $12.5 million. So right around there, just for anybody that's interested. Okay, once again, there will be 8 episodes of different lengths. There's probably even variation in episode lengths this year. Okay. As I've said before, why the hell are you making different length episodes? I don't understand that. Either make them all half an hour or all an hour. Why is one 23 minutes, the other one's 31 minutes, the other one's 42 minutes? What the hell is that? You're going to tell me they have a plan? When every episode, they're just like, well, whatever we film and it makes sense, we'll just put it together. There is no plan. Be ready, because Mandalorian is going to be a mess. There is no plan. Now, just a moment, just for what it's worth. It has been several months, so right now, I don't recall the exact source of where I got this, but you can see that on April 26th, I tweeted the chapter titles for The Mandalorian. And guess what? There's 8 episodes. So I'm not saying that this is 100% correct. I don't have inside information, but pretty sure this is the titles because it matches up with 8 episodes. That's the main thing, is that they're confirming each other that it's 8 episodes. And there's also very interesting titles here. The Search, which I assume is Mando searching for Baby Yoda's home. The Confrontation, Boba Fett. The Bounty, I don't know, that could be anything, but I think that's maybe Moff Gideon trying to find Baby Yoda. Apparently he has interaction with Baby Yoda. The Republic, which I'm going to touch back on that also in a moment, but you can see that's an episode. So obviously there's something going on with the establishment and strength of the Republic. Okay? If there's an episode called that, then obviously there's something there. The Loyalist, well, I don't know, that could be anything. The Sorcerer, that's very interesting, which makes me believe a Jedi, right? Like we knew Ben to be like a wizard or a sorcerer. Well, I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to see, is some sort of Jedi. Will it be Ben? Will it be Luke? It really can't be Ben because he's dead, but I don't know. Maybe it's Force Ghost, Luke. Who knows? Regardless, all of this to me sounds like a bad idea, but okay. The Return, that also could be Boba Fett. Or it could be him returning Baby Yoda. Again, I'm speculating on all of this. And then the Empire. Now, that seems interesting to me, because an episode, it might have been the very first episode, chapter 1. Yeah, he says, oh, well, I can't take those credits, those Imperial credits. The Empire is gone. And then 3 minutes later in the show, he's in a room with stormtroopers negotiating for Baby Yoda's contract. So the Mandalorian's either a total freaking airhead and doesn't know what's going on in the galaxy, yet he's the best bounty hunter in the parsec and doesn't know that the Empire's around. Just because the Death Star got blown up and the Emperor got killed doesn't mean that everyone else just gave up and went home. There's still Star Destroyers, there's still Imperials around. They're disorganized, they got their tail between their legs, but they're around. So if I know that, why the hell didn't Jaren know that? Anyways, as you can see, one of the episodes is called The Empire. So obviously the Empire is still pretty well established. There's rumor of a Star Destroyer. So, and you got new technology like that TIE fighter with the wings folding down and the legs coming out, which I thought was cool, but that's not how TIE fighters land. They never had landing feet. They just land on the wings. And furthermore, most TIE fighters were on hangars. So, anyways, there's just a little insight as to what might be happening in season 2. Again, these titles could be totally wrong. I'm not saying that this is absolute fact, but I can tell you with good confidence that that's probably what it is. And it matches up with what Favreau's saying, that there's 8 episodes. Touching back real quick on the lengths, I know that Disney has their ego and that Mandalorian's their show and it's going to live on Disney Plus, but if they had half a brain and they really cared and made a great show, well, eventually it could be syndicated. So Netflix or Fox Television or I don't know, I'm trying to think, ABC, whatever channel could pay them rights to syndicate the show. If it was that popular in a few years, they could have the Mandalorian show. Well, now that's all complicated because shows are programmed in a specific length because of commercials and runtime. You've got episodes that are all different times. So now you've made an entire headache. So I got to watch one episode with 5 commercials. Now I got to watch the second episode with 18 commercials because your damn episode is 12 minutes shorter. I mean, it's just stupid. Disney does not think ahead for anything. They don't plan anything. Not the movies, not the TV, not the scripts, not the characters, not even their own business strategy. All right, let's keep going on here with this. It starts directly after the first season. He's going into very, very dangerous territory. He is very much a passenger to the experience in unexpected ways, not knowing what's to come, not knowing how much or how to best protect the child. We don't know how far he will go to do that, and they're finding new ways to push the envelope. Okay, so Mando is not in control. The show is not about him. He's just the passenger along the show. And it's called The Mandalorian. He's discovering the question, what do you want? That isn't clear to him or me. Okay, so the actor doesn't know. Din Djarin doesn't know. It's just, make it up as you go along. Gideon supposedly will be going toe-to-toe with Mando. He has said in press that he'll be using the lightsaber quite a bit. Now, does that mean he's fighting Mando with the dark saber? It's possible because Beskar armor can deflect lightsabers. But it also could imply Jedi, which in the beginning they said the show is not about the Force and not about Jedi. And here we are with Baby Yoda using the Force and Jedi and lightsabers. Again, no plan. And again, I try not to be negative, but it's like, Disney just constantly gives you reasons to doubt them, throw your hands up in the air, because it's just, okay. Going back to a previous stream, I wanted to mention this. One major visitor to the season 2 set was Lucas himself, who stopped by to watch some filming while Filoni was directing. Okay, as I have mentioned, because some people seem to have it in their head that George Lucas is involved with The Mandalorian. No, he is absolutely not. He stopped by the set one time. There's pictures. Look at them. He's wearing the same damn clothing. He was there one time. And Filoni even says, we didn't even talk about Star Wars. We talked about directing and how to set up the cameras and the shots and all this. He didn't. In my last stream, I went beyond to prove that point. And here's just another confirmation that, yeah, he was on the set one time when Filoni was directing. Filoni directed episode 1 and episode 5. So even if you wanted to argue, well, he was on both of those. Well, no, it was one, but there you go. Let's see. Apparently, Karga, who is Carl Weathers, and Gina, Cara Dune, will be close. Karga has grown closer to mercenary Cara Dune to the point where they almost finish each other's sentences. So it's looking like the three of them kind of become a team. We'll see. I don't know. Trying to remember if there's anything else here. Okay, those were the main points. Again, the link is in the description. This was Entertainment Weekly if you want to read through it. There's nothing too special here. There was a couple points I wanted to make, though. And this goes back to the Rosario Dawson, Ahsoka Tano, redoing the trailer not being released. Another bit of information that is circulating, and again, this is not totally confirmed, but another thing they are speculating on. I just noticed there's a bunch of stuff in chat. I'll get to it in just a moment. Let me finish my thought here. Is that Pedro, who plays Din Djarin, had some sort of problem or argument on the set. It is believed with an executive, and that he either walked off the set or was told to walk off the set. Now, there is speculation that it was probably mended because of season 3, which was already being worked on for a while now. Before they even wrapped season 2, they were already working on season 3. But apparently, not only is the show not about the Mandalorian, but the freaking Mandalorian apparently is off the project now. And that could be the second speculation of why the trailer has not come out and had to be re-edited. Because apparently, he is in the first half of the season, and then the show branches off into other characters and focuses around a different main character. So they now had to change the trailer because they're having some sort of issues, not only writing, but also arguments, and that the show is going a totally different direction. So while it did start off as The Mandalorian for about the first 10 minutes, and then it became the IG-11 show, and then it became the Boba Fett or Baby Yoda show, and then nobody cared about the ridiculous airhead Mandalorian for the rest of the season because he was just screwing up left and right. And then you got other characters that are much more interesting, like the fugitives on the ship and Grief Karga and Cara Dune and all these other things. Like, all the cool stuff in The Mandalorian was not The Mandalorian. The ATST, the prison ship, all these other things were much more interesting than the main character. Then you compound that by, apparently he had some sort of conflict, further compounded by they had to pull the trailer and re-edit it and make some adjustments to reflect what is happening in the change of the season. So put on your seatbelts because this show is about to take a sharp right and just go into a whole other thing. It's not even about the Mandalorian anymore. It's just a name. Just like everything that Disney has done is just a name that says Star Wars. And none of it has to do anything with Star Wars. I wish, and I know a lot of you will relate and understand this, I wish that we could say Star Wars is great. I wish that I could get behind this stuff. But it's just a constant destruction of Star Wars and their own stuff. That's what makes it like even more unfathomable. Is that like they destroy their own stuff. They break their own canon. It's just a freaking nightmare. So, again, I don't work at Lucasfilm. I don't have an insider. I haven't seen the show. I don't know what's going to happen. Will it be like season 1? Tolerable, okay, fun, fine, sure. But don't expect anything special. And from all indications, it's not even going to be about Mando. It's going to be about all these other characters and these other branches and this whole other thing. Take what you want from that as you will, but it is what it is. They're saying it themselves. So I'm not making this shit up. All right. I guess we'll talk about this since I'm here. Okay. Let me go over here. One of my favorite vehicles in Star Wars has always been the speeder bikes. It's not my number one, but I always thought they were awesome. You know, like super fast, and they were zipping around. One of my favorite things about Jedi is them zipping around in the Endor Forest on these damn speeder bikes. I love that. So I just wanted to kind of point out, if you look at, these are from The Mandalorian, but, you know, they're a pretty good replica of from what was in Return of the Jedi. And if you just look at, like, the design of them, they're pretty cool. They look like they're mechanical, like they would function, almost like a space motorcycle. You know, they've got the I guess you could call it, I'm not a motorcycle guy, but I guess you would call it shifter, you know, changing gears down here. It looks like it could float. Then you had different renditions over the years, like in this was Revenge of the Sith, right after Order 66. Stas Ali, she's with some ARC troopers, and they turn on her and shoot her down. But you can see the speeder is similar design, which obviously this is where the Empire gets it, just like the Star Destroyers. But it looks like it could fly and that it's mechanical. And here's the BARC troopers. Is what I meant to say. They're not ARC troopers, BARC troopers. There's their speeders. Here's another view from Jedi. You know, just really cool, but they look functional is what I'm getting at. Let me I'll give you a quick view here. And then there's other ones like in the cartoons and stuff like that. Here's the BARC speeders, which were much thicker and armored and stuff, but they look cool. And they, again, look like a floating bike of sorts. I think, yes. Okay, just a second. This is Anakin in Attack of the Clones. Well, you don't get a real good look at his speeder because it's all kind of moving and fast. This is when he comes out of the hut with Padme. You see him standing outside. His shadow looks like Vader. She hugs him. He jumps on the speeder and goes off. He said, "I'll be back soon," or "I won't be long," whatever he says. And he goes to find Shmi, and that's where he finds her in the Tusken camp and freaks out and kills everybody. Okay, so you see his speeder. Again, it looks very mechanical, like it could work, like it's a space age motorcycle, floating motorcycle. Okay? Now, I know some people are going to be like, "You're being nitpicky, blah, blah, blah." Well, sorry. I know and love Star Wars, and just my opinion. Just a moment. Does that look like a speeder bike to you? Now, I'll give it this saving grace. It's on. We assume that this is Tatooine. We don't know officially, but I'm going to assume that this is, if nothing else, an Outer Rim planet. So it's not like a new model or a top model. It's maybe pieced together by someone on Tatooine or whatever planet. But if you go and look at this picture in detail, like this looks like it's molded plastic. This section just looks like a bar, and then there's a nut here with another bar. It just doesn't. It's got this pivot thing. Now maybe they're trying to make it look homemade, like somebody just built it on Tatooine, and for all we know, Mando built this thing. But man, the set looks good. Baby Yoda looks good. He looks much cooler and tougher. But this speeder thing just looks like trash. What the hell is this crap? I'm sorry, but that's garbage. It looks like it's made out of wood, or like just like carved out of wood, or a plastic mold. Like the thing just came out of a plastic. I think they just could have done much better with this. It's not the most important aspect of the show, but it's like, man, come on, $15 million an episode, and this is the best speeder bike rendition you could come up with, especially when you again have references. You have tons of speeder bikes from the past. We're past Jedi, so you had all the technology from the prequels. You had all the OT technology, beautiful speeder bikes in the OT, and this is what we have 5 years later. I'm very disappointed with this speeder bike. Maybe I'm just nitpicky or whatever, but this thing looks damn cheap. It looks like a toy, like some kid put this together. You can literally see it's like this moldy bar with a nut on a long bar, and then this section just looks horrible. It doesn't look mechanical or real. It looks like a plastic mold. And you know, when it's flying by, maybe it looks great, but that looks damn terrible to me. That doesn't hype me up for the Mandalorian. Sorry. The set, all the background, that looks cool. He looks okay. I'm fine with him. He's got his little jetpack now. Okay, fine. But this speeder is just horrible. It's god awful. Here's another nitpick, but if I was on a high-speed speeder, I'm not going to have Baby Yoda on the side like he's those leather bags on the side of a motorcycle. I mean, he could get caught up in a branch or a limb inside of a building. Someone could go by and like swipe him. He could fall out. I would either have him like right behind me, strapped in, or in my lap. If this little guy is so important to you, dude, why do you have him flapping around on the side of this bike, which is much faster than a motorcycle and floating off the ground? I mean, again, he's just so like empty-headed when it comes to this child. I understand he's not a father, but for someone to be a foundling and, you know, obviously have a heart and be concerned and go through all this mess, involve yourself in this mess with this child, it's like you just don't take any precaution or think. I just think it's silly. It looks cool. He's on the side. That way we can see him, blah, 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 blah. But use some common sense here. I'm not impressed. Just my opinion. I think that, again, overall it looks good. But this speeder is just... ugh. Okay, another quick thing. I'm going to show you one more picture, and I'm going to get to the chat because I know I've been rambling on here. I will talk to you guys or address that stuff in a second here. Let me show you one more. Okay. So as you can see, there's a Tusken Raider. He's on a bantha. Now, as a contrast to what I just showed you, I think this looks great. The Tusken Raider looks right on point. He looks cool. The bantha, I think, is fantastic. I think it's awesome. Now, I mentioned this for two reasons. One, because if you can do this bantha, which is an organic being with all this hair, and then how can you screw up the damn speeder bike? But also because in Chapter 2, which all the problems with the Mandalorian Chapter 2, the child will be coming out very soon. I'm almost done editing it. One of the key points I mentioned is the Mudhorn. If you pause and look at the Mudhorn, that thing looks like a paper mache freaking mess. That thing is terrible. terrible, terrible. It looks like a kid made that freaking Mudhorn. It looks terrible. And yet, they're capable of making this wonderful bantha. He looks awesome. I love it. This looks like Star Wars. So if you can do this, then why aren't you doing everything else correctly? I don't get it. Why are you half-assing on certain things? Why don't you understand it 100% and only 50%? I don't get it. Anyways, I wanted to show it, one, for the contrast that, okay, this looks cool. I like it. Also that, well, there's a Tusken Raider. Now, Jawas were on other, I think it was Navarro. I'm not sure which planet, but I think it was Navarro. And on Tatooine. So Jawas are on different planets. So seeing the Tusken Raider doesn't mean it's exclusively Tatooine. It's possible in the Mandalorian universe that there's Tusken Raiders on another planet. But in lore, from what I remember, they were only on Tatooine. And by seeing this, the presumption is that they're going back to Tatooine. Which is fine, you know, whatever, Tatooine. They've been there. I'm sure they're going to member bury it some more. We can presume that he's on Tatooine. I only bring it up for, well, like I said, so that you can see the contrast and that it looks pretty cool. Also that most likely he's on Tatooine, although don't presume that because he could be on another planet. But I also mention it because if they're going back to Tatooine and we know all these other rumors, well, guess what? Here comes Boba Fett. Which I'm not happy about, but it's gonna, I can feel it. Here it comes. So here comes Boba Fett. Be ready. All right. So that takes care of that. All right. Couple last little things here. And we'll get into Rex and then we'll finish up. All righty. Here's a quick one. Before I do that, let me get to the chat because I noticed. Okay. Nicely done. Well, it's been a while. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but thanks. Maybe you're referring to Larry the Stormtrooper. Yeah, he's all his videos are really cool. They're fun. But I was really like, his stuff is cartoons, by the way, if I didn't make that clear. They're like little Stormtrooper. He's a Larry the Stormtrooper. But that video of him getting his plaque was, I think, the first time anybody's seen him. His first live action type of thing. And it was really cool. So, anyways. Hello to the chat and Not My Star Wars. Has anybody ever mentioned to you that you look like a younger, thinner George Lucas? Because I see it. No. I'd like to think I'm more handsome than him, but okay. I mean, I'm not upset by it. No, nobody's ever said that to me. But that's funny. And by the way, thanks for stopping in. It's good to see you, that guy says. All right, it jumped a little bit here. Just a moment. I think he had the idea for Star Wars before American. Oh, yeah, he did. Absolutely. Well, I mean, you know, I would think. Here's the thing. American Graffiti is based on his childhood, that he liked to race hot rods and work on cars and stuff like that. And then a brief story on George Lucas is he was very much into that hot rod scene and the shake roller skates and at the shake stop and all that stuff. And he was in a car accident. I don't remember if he was racing or just a car accident, but he almost died. And that had changed his life. It gave him new perspective on life that you can't waste time and that you need to pursue the things that you really want to do. And it started this chain of events to where he got into film. But American Graffiti is based on his growing up. But that was also later, like high school and 20s. Whereas as a child, he was into like space fantasy, Buck Rogers, and stuff like that. Flash Gordon. I don't know the Buck Rogers. Flash Gordon is what I meant to say. So from just off the top of my head, yes, it was before. But what I'm getting at is that THX 1138, the overall Star Wars and American Graffiti, I think he was developing them all kind of at the same time in different parts of his brain, because that was just kind of the time of his age and what was going on in his life, etc. I think that technically Star Wars and would have been earlier because of the space fantasy stuff that he liked. And then as he got smarter and got more towards film and understood he wanted to do film, that's how THX 1138 developed after he started going to school and studying mythologies and this type of thing. And American Graffiti was directly off of his growing up. But again, I think they all were very much tied because they're kind of personal stories. But yes, I'm pretty sure that yes, he did have that idea first. The only difference between Ahsoka and Rosario is Rosario has a square jaw, but other than that, she's spot on and exact numbers. Yeah, I mean, just being objective, whether you like her, whether, I again do not want to see Ahsoka in The Mandalorian. It's all kinds of lore problems. If they do that, holy shit, it's a problem. But if you were to just do an Ahsoka show or whatever, I think Rosario, you just put the orange makeup on her, like, holy shit, she looks like Ahsoka. And Ahsoka's young when we see her, but imagine her older. Okay, she has that long, kind of thin body. Yeah, I mean, I would totally. And again, Rosario is an A-list actress. I mean, so whatever. It's Disney canon, so it doesn't matter. It can be just fun. Yeah, and I will repeat. If you like it, any of the Disney stuff, by all means, The Mandalorian, if you kind of turn off your brain, it's a fun show. I'm not trying to trash it or ban it or cancel it, I'm just trying to be realistic, put in perspective, and point out the realities of problems it has, and that it's already broken canon, so it's not even real Star Wars. And two, just like production-wise, holy shit, the problems in this show. Wow. Anyways, just don't be bad. Yeah, well, that's the question. See, that's I don't know. I'm older than some of you, I think, or some of my viewers, and that's the thing. Like, in my day, even before the prequels came out, when we knew about the prequels, we didn't know what was coming, if we were going to love them the same, how much it was. But I know that for me and most guys like my age, we were like, you would have to really do terrible for us not to like it, I know a lot of people don't like the prequels. I know that a lot of people have problems with it, but most of us old school Star Wars fans, we like them. They weren't bad. They just weren't great. But Disney, it's like, man, you don't know. It's like a toss in the air. You just don't know what they're going to do. Hopefully it is at least entertaining. They've already broken lore, so I don't know how you're going to fix that. They've already admitted they're bringing in all these other characters, and the show's not even about him anymore. So, hopefully at least it's fun, because I will give it that. It's fun. If you just watch it just to watch it and watch a show, then yeah, it's fun. Mando is also a nitwit for leaving Baby Yoda and with the lady mechanic who met for like a minute or so, maybe less. Yes, I will be addressing that in that episode review. That's one of the many stupid ass things. Just Baby Yoda, but just dumbass things. I mean, chapter 2 is about to drop, but here's a good example. He comes over the ridge with Baby Yoda. The Jawas are stripping his ship. He starts shooting at the damn... Okay, first of all, instead of just pulling his rifle up, even if you're not going to shoot, just scoping in and seeing... No, he takes the scope off of his rifle, looks through his helmet, which he doesn't need it because his helmet has fucking sensors in it, but he takes the scope off the rifle, looks through the scope, then has to put bounty hunter, Wild West gunslinger. Why would you take your damn scope off? Lose time, position. I mean, it's just dumb. Okay, the more important point is he does that, blows up some Jawas, causes a whole ruckus, makes them run instead of being diplomatic or blowing them up, or he causes this whole thing. They run off, take his parts, and they're taking off, right? Okay, he starts running after the sandcrawler, right? But he doesn't have his rifle. So he just ditches his rifle. The last thing he has of value, because the most valuable thing he had was a ship. Well, let's say his Beskar helmet is probably the one most valuable thing. Then his armor. Then his new advanced or upgraded Beskar and his jetpack. Okay. Then the Razor Crest. And then, obviously, that freaking rifle. This is his most important thing. He drops the rifle, goes running off, leaves Baby Yoda, leaves the rifle to chase this damn sandcrawler. Which he wouldn't have had to do in the first place if he had freaking protected his ship or parked it at Queels. I mean, it's just problem after problem after problem. This is just stupid. He's a freaking idiot. Anyways, the video's coming out soon, chapter 2. I break all that nonsense down. And yes, the mechanic, I mean, he just meets her like, I don't trust you. But here, take care of the kid. All right. But if at 50 years old he is that short, that's a lot to grow in 1 year. Yes and no, because remember that his lifespan is very different. He's going to grow, he'll live to be about 800 or 900 years old. So 50 years to you and me seems like a long time. To him, it's like a summer. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how old you are, old Star Wars nerd, but I'm assuming you're at least in your 20s, if not older, because you're named. So think, when you were like 17 or 15 or whatever, you probably had a growth spurt, like most of us do. So, you know, it's not, I don't think it's unreasonable. Plus, he's not that much taller. He's like, what, 3 inches or something, you know. I don't think that's the least of that show's problems. If Boba Fett shows up, do you think it actually will be him or that girl from well, you know, if you're George Lucas or me, well, then it would be Boba Fett. If you're Phony Filoni, well, it's probably going to be Sabine Wren or some other imposter that came upon Boba Fett's armor because it was just, you know, the greatest bounty hunter in the galaxy just left his armor. The original Mandalorian just didn't care and left his armor, you know. And of course, you know, Force is female, so it probably will be dumbass Sabine Wren, Rebels character. Stupid. It's hard to say. I don't know. I wish I could say for sure, but I would think that it is going to be. I don't know. If I go off of what Disney's pattern is, then yeah, it's going to be Sabine Wren. Regardless of what they do, know this: they're going to make Boba Fett look like a dumbass and destroy his character, just like they did Luke. Promise you. They're not gonna have Boba Fett kicking around the Mandalorian because it's his show. Unless, as I just covered, they're going away from the Mandalorian. Well, maybe they just do away with Mandalorian and bring in Boba Fett. Anything's possible at this point. But, you know, going by what they do, they're going to trash Boba Fett. He'll be around for like half an episode. Oh, look, remember Barry? Make him look like a fool, and then he'll have to fly off or die or something stupid. Or probably what they will do is have you go for like an episode or two thinking it's Boba Fett. It'll turn out being Sabine. And then they'll do the Sabine Wren show. I can smell that one coming. So they'll kill 2 birds. Or 3 birds. They'll make Boba Fett look like a jackass and kill him off. Close that chapter. Start a new spin-off show, and you know, Force is female. Here we got our new female character. I'm willing to wager money that the Mando show will introduce Dr. Aphra from the current era, low-selling Marvel comic books, if KK has any say. It's possible. She's a bit of an Indiana Jones scavenger explorer. Of all the Disney monkey mess, I like Dr. Aphra. Now, I haven't read all of her comics. I know that she causes problems, I think, for Han Solo and for Darth Vader. So when I say that I like her, that's very external. I like the overall idea of her character. I like the way that she looks. I think she's a cool character, like on the surface. I don't know all her canon because since 2012, I don't read it. Look at any of this nonsense. I don't waste my time and money on Disney comics. It's all bullshit. So I don't know all her details. I know that she has caused canon problems. So when I say that, if she were a George Lucas Aphra, yeah, I think she's an awesome character. Or at least a basis for her. It would kind of make sense for an archaeologist scavenger to be in Tatooine, forces female. Yeah, it could happen. I know that she's been getting a push lately. They made new comics and they've been talking about her, so it's quite possible. Of all the characters that they could bring in, she's the least of my concerns. I like her. But again, knowing what Disney does and how they treat characters, she'll become another problem for sure. Yeah, Aphra. Useless character. Okay, let me clarify something. Because like in my first Not My Star Wars video and in some of the earlier ones, I mentioned that I really love Ahsoka. And I always really liked Aphra. And I always liked Mother Talzin. But the reason why I like these characters was, one, because in particular Ahsoka, I know who Ashla is, that George Lucas created her, and that she was going to be temporary, and that she was made for for his daughters. It wasn't supposed to become all this and go this far. Also, I want people to understand that there was a time where I just wasn't paying attention to Star Wars or movies or any of that stuff for a while. Just other stuff in life going on. Traveling and just doing other stuff. So I wasn't particularly paying attention to any of the... After Force Awakens, I was like, okay, whatever. I wasn't looking at any of the comics, StarWars.com, none of it. So while Clone Wars, like, I didn't even watch that stuff till later. So while a lot of you were probably keeping up as this stuff was coming out, I just kind of was like, whatever, Star Wars is done, and I don't care about this stuff. So my reference to Aphra, Mother Talzin, and Ahsoka are mostly based off of a game called Force Collection, which I don't know if some of you know this game, but it was a mobile game. I used to play it on my tablet and on my cell phone, and it was basically like trading cards, like baseball cards, basketball cards, but they were Star Wars characters. And they were really beautiful, high-res, gorgeous images, and on the back, like a card, they had a little story and attributes. And what you would do is you would have like a kind of like a honeycomb, a game board, and you would have, I forget if it was like 12 cards or something, and each of the cards had attributes, and some of those attributes would play off of each other. So for example, like Mother Talzin was a healer, or I forget, it's been a while now, but she had some sort of magic. But if she was behind, for example, a Dathomir character, she would heal them, or heal them at an accelerated rate, like +2. So if you had Mother Talzin and then Darth Maul in front of her, her skill, her attributes, right, would upgrade Maul. So it was a matter of getting these cards and setting them up in your game board, and then also understanding how the attributes bounce off of each other. So you would have like cards and layers upping other cards. And just like trading cards, you could trade with other players, which was cool. Like I have a Hux and you have a, whatever, Chewie, and we could trade. And it had all the OT characters, or at least a lot of the characters. All the main ones, Akbar and Boba Fett and Vader and all this stuff. And then it had a lot of the newer characters. And in particular, 3 really awesome cards were Ahsoka, Aphra, and Mother Talzin. And I fell in love with them from that game because the artwork was gorgeous, and it was like I had the card, like the trading card, and You could trade them and interact and do all this stuff with the game. I love that freaking game. I really wish it would have came out like on console and blown up, because I love that game. And it had over 10 million accounts. Like, a lot of people played in like this game. A lot of people seem to not even know what this game is. But so when I have said in the past that I love Ahsoka and that I loved Mother Talzin and that I really liked Afra, it was because of my experience with Force Collection. But as far as like, you know me, I'm all about canon. So as far as like the comics and Rebels, like, I've watched maybe half an episode. That shit's trash. Resistance, trash. Clone Wars, sorry. It all breaks canon. It's all nonsense. So I don't really give a shit anymore about these characters, because now that I've caught up to Disney's nonsense and looked at a lot of their canon, Ahsoka's OP nonsense. She should have been dead before Order 66. George Lucas said so. End of conversation. Mother Talzin, I thought she was awesome, but you know, she's this whole made-up thing by Filoni and the freaking Clone Wars. And then Afra, I know, because I've been paying attention, has been causing problems for canon in the recent comics. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I have said in the past that I love Ahsoka, because back then she was awesome, and in the game at least. Anywho, so that's why just a minute ago I said I really like Afra, because that's what I'm going off of, not because of I am aware of her nonsense going on. Going back to what you were saying, yeah, she probably will show up in the damn Mandalorian. I could see it. All right, even the villain with the dark saber was a bit cooler than Mando. Yes, Moff Gideon. Which also, the dark saber was created by Favreau and Phony Filoni in the Clone Wars. It's not even really canon. It's cool. It's part of the Mandalorians. Blah 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 blah. I'm not hating on it. I think it's, if anything, I would try to make it canon, because I think it is cool. But it's not a George Lucas thing. Filoni says it out of his mouth when him and Dave made it up in the Clone Wars. And of course, where are they going to, naturally, they're going to bring it into the Mandalorian. Obviously. Cool sounds for speeder bikes. Yes. Love the sounds, is one of my favorite parts about them. Sound effects in Star Wars used to be awesome. Perhaps it's a swoop bike speeder. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Again, I think the impression they're trying to give you is kind of a homemade on Tatooine type of speeder bike, but I don't know, man. I mean, I've been watching Star Wars a long time. That thing looks really ghettofied, really cheap. That speeder bike looks malnourished. I think you meant to say, yeah. He must have purchased it at Watto's. Yeah, maybe. Which Watto would have been long dead, I think, because he was pretty old when he goes back in Sith. He's got the beard, and I mean, I don't know how long his species. I would have to research that, but I would assume that Watto's dead. Just throwing that out there, but I get it. Yeah, absolutely, he might have got it at Watto's. The Bantha looks amazing for being a practical effect. Yes, okay, and like I said, you can get that right, but then you're screwing up all this other stuff. Why? I personally think the Bantha looks fantastic. I was like, okay, awesome. This is another thing that, I think you guys know this, but I'll just say it. I'm very fair. If Disney, JJ, whoever does something good, I have no problem giving you credit. But it's really hard for me to give much credit, because it's all a freaking clusterfuck. Imagine if there were two theaters, and one of those theaters played a OT Star Wars marathon, the other played a sequel to the marathon at the same time, same night. The OT would sell out tickets so fast. Okay, that's part of why I was going to talk about this briefly. It's just a quick thing on that. I'll get right back to that in a moment. I'm just 3 weeks shy of 51. Knowledge not as deep as yours, but always learning more. Thanks. Okay, you've got me by roughly 5 years, just to give you an idea. So, and again, like I said in the beginning, you don't have to be as fanatical or as knowledgeable or take the time or do all that like me to love Star Wars or to be, legitimate. But if you have no concern, if you're defending Disney and saying, well, but George Lucas didn't have a plan, then that's where I start to say, you're not a fan, dude. It is okay to not, you know, I don't pretend to know everything. Not about Star Wars or anything. Aphra is a good concept for a character for Star Wars, but in the comics, she comes off as a, well, yeah, and I'm aware of this. And again, Talzin, Ahsoka, and Aphra are all great concepts. They're all fantastic characters. It's that Filoni and the rest of the Mickey Mouse Gettiers have gone too far. And guess what? They're all 3 females. Surprise, surprise. Lando in disguise. So, Disney hosts drive-in screening of Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back. This is part of D23. Not that any of you are going to go, but anyways, D23 will host a special drive-in screening of Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back at the Rose Bowl Stadium in Pasadena, California. The event will take place at 7 p.m. on September 11th. So, what's that, today? Tomorrow? Today. Oh, look at that. Okay. I guess you're not going to make it in time. Anyways, the reason I wanted to mention this is you're going to have people, well, you know, of course, it's the 40th anniversary. Well, yeah, nobody's arguing that. It totally makes sense to play The Empire Strikes Back. But don't be fooled. It's not because Disney's respecting the OT or Empire. They're doing it because this is the best angle for them to try to get 3 seats and 3 asses in seats and make some money. Why isn't the sequel trilogy playing? Why isn't one of the sequel trilogy? Why isn't, if nothing else, The Force Awakens that made $2 billion? Why isn't that playing? If The Last Jedi is this masterpiece that you all have been feeding down our throats and calling us assholes about for all these years, why isn't that playing? Because Disney, just like all of us know, that nobody's going to go watch it. Nobody gives a goddamn. That the only thing that anybody's going to watch is the OT and maybe even PT. So what I'm just saying is, yeah, it's the 40th anniversary. Naturally, they're going to play The Empire Strikes Back. But don't just take it for face value. It's also, they know that ain't nobody going to pay to go see The Last Jedi or Rise of Skywalker. And if they're lucky, 3 people will pay for The Force Awakens. If those movies were really that strong and people really wanted to see them, well, then they would play The Empire, but they would also play at least one of the sequel trilogy movies, if not the entire sequel trilogy. Think about it from a business standpoint. Forget about the fans and the Phantom Menace and all this stuff. You own 3 brand new Star Wars movies. This is the only opportunity to get people together to not only celebrate these movies, but to bring in some money. And yet, you're not going to screen any of those 3 movies. That should tell you everything. Fucking Disney. Anyways, just this in reality is a slap in their own face, because it's just a reminder that the only thing that's profitable, the only thing that anybody cares about, is real freaking Star Wars. All right. So the last 2 things. Let's see. The mouse needs money. Yeah. Well, and it's going back to what I just said. If you know you need to make money, then what are you going to do? You're going to put what's going to guarantee bring in people. They know damn well if they put Rise of Skywalker, there ain't nobody going to pay for that shit. All right. Now, a lot of you will know this. Ewan McGregor says Obi-Wan series will be a standalone season exclusive. Okay, well, a lot of you already know this. I talked about this in videos months ago. I told you. 1, it had been canceled. 2, that it was originally 6 episodes. Then it got dropped down to 4. And that it's 1 season. And that really is just what was going to be the movie broken into episodes. Go back and look at my videos. I said this months ago. So I don't know why on the 9th they're acting like this is news. But anyways, I just thought I'd mention it real quick because he does indeed say here, this is ET. The link is in the description. When will you start? Spring next year, we start. He revealed of production plans. I'm really excited about it. It's going to be great. Okay. Couple things. 1, recently I had been seeing stuff that it will start in March, so this kind of coincides with that. Two, do you guys honestly think that shows and movies are going to start getting back in production by spring next year? We're still dealing with this pandemic. We don't know if there's going to be a vaccine. The election's coming up. This whole year has just been a total loss for everyone, not just Hollywood, but government, people's jobs. It's a whole mess. So to think that they're going to be on schedule and start in spring, I mean, that's a reaching, really reaching. Could it happen? There was rumors that they're going to start this little city that's isolated where the people that are working on the shows are going to live there. I mean, that sounds good on paper, but how long is your wife going to tolerate you not being home for 6 months so you can do Star Wars shows in a pandemic? Be real. So, will it happen? I don't know. Again, until they show us that the scripts are done and they actually start production, I will stand by what I have been saying. That shit is canceled. Don't count on it. And I just want to point out, again, people don't say things on accident. They say things a certain way, whether conscious or maybe even unconscious. Listen to what he says. It's going to be great, I think. Okay, that says a lot. Don't take that subtly. I think. He's not saying like, oh my God, I read the script. This shit is going to be amazing. It's going to be great, I think. As I understand, it's a standalone season. He said, we'll see. Who knows? Okay, so again, if it's like some blockbuster phenomenal hit and it brings in 3 trillion subscribers to Disney Plus, well, sure, of course they're going to extend it. It's like anything. But Mandalorian's going to fail. We already know it. We already know it. Lucasfilm by January is going to have, or Disney by January is going to have to sell Lucasfilm. This show is not even going to get made, not under Disney. It's not going to happen. So as far as them getting another season or doing extra stuff, it's just not a reality. This show will probably never happen. It's been over 7 years that they're toying around with this freaking Obi-Wan crap. If they do make it, well, what has Disney done? What's their track record? They didn't have any problem destroying Luke Skywalker. You think they're not going to trash Obi-Wan Kenobi? See, I think this is the problem. Is that some people are thinking like he's going to be. People don't think he's going to be right after Revenge of the Sith, this swashbuckling, young, amazing Jedi that's one of the best ever, and Obi-Wan. And no. He's going to be, remember that Ewan's older. The idea is that he's somewhere between episode 3 and episode 4. So he's going to be several years older. The Empire is very much in control. He's going to be hiding and taking care of Luke, or watching over Luke. He's not going to be in all these adventures and doing flips and all this stuff like people think. So the show is going to be probably a lot of narrative and drama. It's not even going to be like Obi-Wan, as Obi-Wan, as people think. He's going to be all cool and Mr. Jedi. People are forgetting that, he becomes a hermit and he becomes this old man and just gets killed by Darth Vader. I mean, he sacrifices himself. It's not that he just gets taken out, but still. So you got compounded by the timeline, his age, and Disney's record. You think they're going to make Obi-Wan some badass and he's going to be doing all this stuff? No. If the show, if, big capital, huge letters, if the show even happens, it's going to be not that interesting. It's going to be 4 episodes, quick little thing and done, and all this drama and hype and all that. I don't know. Obi's one of my favorite characters. I would love to see a cool Obi-Wan show. It's not that I don't want it, but do you want to see what happened to Luke to happen to Obi-Wan? I already can answer that for you. So, okay. Let's get to the last order of business, and I'm going to make some dinner. Cash grab. Yes, sir. Maybe there's a lot of us think that. I definitely do think that, if anything. But this comes back to the previous problem. If they were at least making decent Star Wars and at least broke even, and they're at least okay, not everybody's happy, but at least they still got like some of the fans, then they could say, okay, we see the damage the KK's done. We got to go in a new way. And you know, once we get her out of the way, then we can really ramp up Mandalorian and we can do other stuff and we'll do Obi-Wan right. Okay, but one, remember the history, the track record of everything done with Star Wars. Remember it cold and hard because it's a reality. Two, as I've displayed and talked about, they're way beyond the point of bringing this shit back. I mean, they are so in debt. So many people pissed off, and so many people have just walked away from Star Wars. So they can't just keep delaying and holding things off. They don't have the option. You know, I'm calling it. January, Lucasfilm will be announced to be sold. I'm telling you right now. And I could be totally wrong. I'm speculating. But it's someone that knows a franchise, someone that knows Disney, someone that pays attention. That shit's going to get sold off. So could it happen under new ownership, under Lucas or whoever? Okay, we'll see. Hopefully, God bless if it gets away from Disney entirely. Then maybe we'll have a real Obi-Wan show. But first, we got to wait through the Mandalorian and the pandemic. It needs to be sold. Then whoever takes it over, are they going to do it right? Even if George Lucas gets it back, now he's got to spend at least a year, let's be real, doing damage control. He's got to now retcon all kinds of shit, decide what he's going to keep, what he's going to use, who he's going to bring back. It's the whole thing. Like, even if Lucas got it today, we're talking about at least a year of damage control to fix this back. You know, give the Mickey Mouseketeers the letdown that, well, all your shit just got decanonized, you know. So the likelihood of the show happening, if, in huge if, but even if it does, it's not anytime soon. There's too much going on in the world, and Disney's, you know, got everything's on fire. Uh-oh, here comes Jake Knapp. What? Yeah. It's like everybody wants this show so badly. I mean, really? You did watch the sequel trilogy, right? You remember the guy that goes on to be, according to the EU, the greatest, most powerful Jedi of all time. Better than Yoda, better than Anakin, better Luke Skywalker, who not only defeats, but turns the Emperor's hand, Mara Jade, to not only go to the light side, become his girl and give him babies. And they jaked him. And you think they're going to treat Obi-Wan correctly? He'll probably be some gay guy living shacked up with a Tusken Raider and acting all crazy. And I mean, they're going to totally. We already know it's all there's social politics and all this crap. Which if Obi-Wan was gay from the beginning, okay, none of us care. Fine, he was gay, but we all know he's not. He had a relationship with him because it's Clone Wars nonsense. But okay, he had a relationship with Kree's, I can't remember her name now, but you know what I'm talking about. So, anyways, regardless, whatever direction they go, we know they're going to go the wrong way, and they're going to make him an asshole. Do you want to see Obi-Wan an asshole? I don't. Pretty sure none of you do. Yeah, Jake Kenobi. I love this one. It will roll around and making breakfast, collecting moisture, and meditating on it. Well, ironically, yeah, like that's all they can really do. He can't be going off in adventures because it causes problems for episode 4. He can't be out there bouncing around the galaxy. Jake Kenobi will be shown raising baby sandworms and shipping them all to Arrakis. I don't know. What's Arrakis? That must be from, what is that? Is that Star Trek or Dune or something? I don't know what Arrakis is. It rings a bell, but I don't know it. Thanks, guys. That's awesome. Thanks for making me laugh. But yeah, I mean, you see what I'm saying. Like, it's funny, but on the same time, it's like we're all crying inside because yeah, we know they're gonna make him freaking bitch ass Jake Kenobi. I got my me too. This is really the best. This is the only way. Is you got to get Lucas back in control, and you got to just wipe this crap. It's got to go. It's all got to go. Got to start over. Ewan McGregor's the number one person who wants the Obi-Wan. Okay, went black here for a second, though. I see it's loading on the other. Okay, I think I'm back. First of all, yes, he is in some financial problems. 2, that's his character, so of course he's going to be pushing for it and hyping it up. 3, he had to lie for like 7 years, and now he said I'm doing it, so now he doesn't want to look like an asshole. So now he's got to say yes, it's coming, and it'll be great, I think. Oh boy, satire, yes. Oh, Satine. Yes, exactly, Satine, right. That would be a guaranteed huge paycheck. Yeah, you know, we all would love huge, yes, a huge paycheck. You know, we all deep down would love to see a good Obi-Wan show, but it just goes back to, is Disney going to do it correctly? We all know the answer, guys. So careful what you ask for. Okay. So then we'll get to the last. I think, yeah. Well, if you're confident, you're not like, you know, well, we're going to win the championship tonight. I think that's not how Michael Jordan talks. You talk like, yep, we're going to win tonight. And there ain't nothing stopping us, you know? And it's the same thing. If you know the show is happening without a doubt, and you've read the script and you know it's going to be great, you don't say, I think. I mean, it's not me reading into it too much. It's literally out of his mouth. It's like, you know, kind of what I was saying in the very beginning, how I was a little bit down because you got people out here, like that picture that I showed you, like, what I want it to be. No, it's not what I want it to be. I'm not speculating, exaggerating, making things. Daisy Ridley out of her freaking mouth said there was no plan, and yet you want to argue this shit. Yeah, okay. Only you're only making yourself look foolish because you're not making me look dumb. All right. Now here's a. Oh, I wanted to show you guys that too. I guess let me start with that because there's no real good timeline out there for the Star Wars universe. There are some, but there's not really a really good, definitive, great one out there. I noticed it's hard to find one. But first, I wanted to make a couple little ribs at Disney because again, they're so freaking airheaded. Okay. StarWars.com. Now, for all of us that know real Star Wars, let me see if I want to make sure it's catching up on the other. Okay. For those of us that know Star Wars, the entire timeline starts from 0, the Battle of Yavin, BBY. Before the Battle of Yavin is everything that happens before Luke blows up the Death Star. ABY, after the Battle of Yavin, everything after he blows up the Death Star. The Death Star being blown up by Luke Skywalker with 2 photon torpedoes at the very last moment in Star Wars, the first movie, is 0. Always has been, always will be. The Mickey Mouse Club in 2014 decided, no, we're going to make it our timeline. It's called BSI, Before Star Killer Incident. So now they've changed the entire, every event to the beginning of, to where the first Star Killer base gets destroyed. Okay. First and only one, I don't even remember now. The planet Ilium that they had made, they dug it out and made it into a planet destroyer that blows up 5 planets at a time. Okay, StarWars.com, BBY. There is no timeline. There's a few references to BBY, which shows how much they maintain their own site, because if you change it to BSI, why do you have... Okay, there's no timeline. ABY. No timeline. Okay, so they've adopted their thing. BSI. There's no timeline. Oh boy. Anyways, I just wanted to show you that because it's just so ridiculous. All right. So with that said, let me pull up this guy, which is not quite perfect or the best example, but it at least give us the reference that we need. All right. Here is a star chart. Blow it up a little bit. Now, I know a lot of you that will know this or whatever, but just, you know, for posterity. All right, well, it doesn't specifically say, but obviously here, okay? Episode 4, Star Wars, which was originally just Star Wars, is 0. Everything before and after goes off of Star Wars. Always has been that way, and will always be that way. Okay, so we're going to connect some dots here. The High Republic is 232 years, 232 BBY. So 200 before Episode 1, Phantom Menace. That's High Republic. As I talked about in the last live stream, and I'll briefly touch on, there are EU books and comics. There are references on oldstarwars.com. There are video games. Several references of thousands of years of lore in Star Wars, including Obi-Wan for 1,000 generations. Jedi's have... Okay, we all know this. So, problem number 1. The High Republic claims they're establishing trade routes and the Outer Rim, that hyperspace is just being developed. Yet, Disney themselves, as I showed in the last live stream, have a story. Not only all the stuff that's pre-established and we already know is bullshit, but they just came out with a new story that is millennia old of Sith fighting Night Sisters. Which can't possibly exist because there's no hyperspace. Because they're all a bunch of airheads. They don't get together and talk about this shit, and they're all confused. So, first problem. There's no hyperspace until 232 BBY, or around that time. Okay? Just a reminder. Now, Clone Wars is 22 BBY to 19 BBY. That is the enduring and how long the Clone Wars lasts. We see the clones, right, as they get taken into battle in Geonosis for the first time. And then at the end of Sith is the end of the Clone Wars, because it then becomes the Empire's reign, right? The Galactic Empire instead of the Galactic Republic. So always has been, the Clone Wars is 3 years. In Star Wars, Luke and Leia are 19 years old because 19 years passed from Sith to Star Wars. The twins are 19 years old. 3 years past, Empire, they're 22. 4th year, Jedi, they're 23 years old. 34 years after the Battle of the Yavin, so after Star Wars, right? Not after Jedi, after Star Wars, is the garbage dumpster fire. While it's not here, 5 years after Jedi is The Mandalorian. Okay, this is all going to connect here in a minute. 5 years after Jedi is The Mandalorian. 9 ABY. Okay. Clones are accelerated in their training, their physical and mental training, but also in growth. They grow twice the rate of a normal human or a Django humanoid. At 10 years old, to us, they are 20 years old. At 20 years old is when they are ready and deployed into the Clone Wars. That's when they are classified as battle ready. 20 years old, or 10 to us. Clone Captain Rex is born 32 BBY. Okay, I looked it up earlier. He was indeed born 32 BBY. As was Boba Fett. So at the beginning of the Clone Wars, when we see Boba Fett with Django on Kamino, he's 10 years old. The clones are 20 years old. If you fast forward to Star Wars, that means that 32 years have passed. Plus 4 means that Boba Fett, who was 10, is now 32 plus 4 is 36. Let me double check that because I came up with a different number earlier. 22, he's 10, makes him 30. How come I came up with 41 earlier? Okay, well, oh yeah, okay. He's 36 at Jedi. Okay? So that means Mandalorian, which is 5 years after Jedi, makes Boba Fett 41. Okay, no problem. Makes sense. There are some different conflicts between EU books and canon and all that, but canon is the movies, and in fact, Boba Fett in 22 BBY is 10 years old. That's a concrete, can't get around it, canon. He was born at 32, he's 10 years old at 22 when the Clone Wars starts, and he's 36 when he gets eaten by, or falls into the Sarlacc. All right, 36 years old. Mandalorian, if he's still alive and he escapes, he would then be 41. Canon, no argument. It is what it is. He's 41. No problem. Okay. If, first, clones not only are accelerated, but they degenerate. And also, the older they get, they degenerate much faster. After the Clone Wars, which is only 3 years, the Emperor, per original canon, did away with them because they were degrading too quickly, even in 19 BBY. That's why you have stormtroopers in Star Wars, because in those 19 years, he did away with them. He saw that they kept degrading and failing, and he got rid of the clones and went to full stormtrooper army. The stormtroopers are not clones. The clones are clones. Okay. If Boba Fett in Mandalorian is 41 and they bring in Tamora Morrison, okay, I think he's a little bit older than 41, but he fits. He could play the role fine. If he takes off the Boba Fett helmet, it's the original Django. It fits his looks, his age. Fine. Perfect. No problem. I don't want to see Boba Fett in Mandalorian, but okay, at least it fits. Now we get a lot of rumors that Ahsoka and or Rex are going to be in the Mandalorian. If you were a third grader, you would have thought of this. But because Disney are a bunch of airheads, phony, Filoni, if you bring in Rex to the Mandalorian, who is accelerated at twice the rate, and Boba Fett is 41 years old. How old is Rex? 82 years old. First problem, what the hell are you going to do with an 82-year-old Rex who's all broken down and old, and who the hell cares? Number two, they degrade at a much faster rate. That's why the Emperor got rid of him. Not only would he be like old, but he would be like 3-4 times the rate of old, because he's denigrating as time goes. It's getting worse and worse and worse. That's why he got rid of the clones. So you've got not only an 81-year-old who's already way too old to do anything, but then you have to multiply that by his clone genes are breaking down. So the guy is probably like 100 and something in age number. He's 81. He's 41 technically in the galaxy. He's aged as if he's 81, and then you compound that by his denigrated genes, so he's probably like 100 and something. So number one, Tamora Morrison, unless they like totally age him and make him look like freaking Yoda old, what's the point? He doesn't fit. And also, why would you bring in an 81-year-old or 82-year-old Rex? What are you going to do with that? And then there's people like all excited. Oh, we're going to see Rex, and he's going to be with Ahsoka, and I love Captain Rex. Yeah, because you're thinking of what you're seeing in the Clone Wars cartoon. Use your brain. He's going to be 82 years old. Unless, of course, they just totally say, throw it over the shoulder, and he's 47. Okay, but then again, we're breaking canon. Your own canon. The Rex problem. I haven't heard anybody kind of put this together, but I was thinking about it and doing the age, and the dude would be like over 100 years old in his genetic form, and he's 40 or 82. So why are you going to bring Rex into the show? Now, that's, of course, rumor. We don't know. But a lot of people were all excited and wetting their panties. Like, oh, my God, Rex. 82 years old. Are you still excited? I love knowing Star Wars. And it goes back to Dave Filoni. This is your job, dude. What are you doing? Now, they could have Tamora play Boba Fett and age him and have him play Rex. I mean, it could be done, but who the hell wants to see an 82-year-old Rex who's all decrepit? It's not even because he's 82. Again, he's accelerated degenerating. So now he's like, a 110-year-old man. He's like, what the hell are you going to do with that? All the clones would have been long dead, not only because the Emperor gets rid of them, but because they degenerate and they grow at twice the rate. So all the clones would have been dirt old and just broken down, probably can't walk or fight or do anything. They're all gone. So he can't be in the Mandalorian. I mean, he can, and they'll probably put him in there because of member berries. But, if he's a day short of 82, well, there you go. They broke their own canon again. So there's the Rex problem. Now, I love this stuff. I research it all the time. I try to pay attention to it. I'm maybe more fanatical about it. So things I pick up on faster than the average person. Okay, no problem. I have a channel about this, so I get it. But seriously, a 13-year-old could sit down and look at this and say, wait a minute, if it's 32, then fine. I mean, it's not rocket science. Come on. Fuck me. 82-year-old Rex. By the way, Darth Maul, Son of Dathomir, I believe I read that in the past. That was a good book. I'm trying to see, now that I'm looking here. There was a Darth Maul book. No, it's not here. But there was one, Assassin or Saboteur or something was the title. It's been a long time, but it was a really good, cool book. It was him hunting Jedi, and before he reveals himself to the Jedi, Phantom Menace. It was a good story. And in fact, I had the audiobook. It was really well done. back in the good old days. I don't think it was Son of Death in there. Yeah, it's not here. Unconfirmed third anthology film. Even they were planning on stuff. And speaking of a plan, there was supposed to be a Boba Fett movie, and what happened to the plan? All right. So, anyways, I know you all are either pulling your hair out or just falling over laughing because Rax is 82 years old and they're a bunch of freaking idiots. It's unfucking believable, Disney. Oh boy. So where are we at? I keep giggling it, I think. Yeah. I looked up BSI in the Urban Dictionary. It says it stands for batshit insane. So there's that. Yeah, you are correct. Yeah. Oh boy. And I knew that's part of. I did want to talk about some stuff, but I knew that today was a little bit of therapy for me because it just wears you down a little bit when you see all these knuckleheads, man. They want to argue with you and try to convince you that you don't know what you're talking about and that this is the real thing and you're making it up. And it's like, oh Lord. So I knew I was going to have fun coming on here and talking to at least a few of you. It is BSI. Yes, it is good. And, they proclaimed it their timeline. They made it their whole thing. So, and yet it's not even on their own website. They don't have any. Here's another thing. As a matter of fact, let me pull that. Well, here, let me look at your chat real quick. Interesting cake. Kathleen Kennedy, Star Wars was BSI. Yes, sir, it was. Let me show you real quick because I forgot a little point there. Oh boy. Grandpa Rex. And it's just, this is the thing. It's like people get excited for this stuff but they don't think like 2 steps ahead. Oh, Rex, okay, he'll be cool. Yeah, because you're thinking he's going to be just like you saw in season 7 at the end of season 7. No, he's going to be like an old freaking man, like on his deathbed. Obi-Wan too. He's going to be considerably older. It's not going to be what you're seeing in the Clone Wars, guys. All right. So one, since we're on the topic of this nonsense. So yes, according to them, what is 34 ABY, which is what makes sense and always made sense, is 0 BSI, right? What they basically what they did is original Star Wars, you blow up the Death Star. Well, we're going to move it to our nonsense to blowing up the Starkiller base because it's got to be ours, our canon. So not only is it just ego and stupid, but they've pushed and moved the whole thing and confused what we've all known for 40 freaking years to keep track of this. They've pushed it all to no, it's all from now 0 BSI. Well, but then that messes up this whole thing, especially one of the key points is 22 to 19 BBY was the Clone Wars. That is a very obviously important era of Star Wars. Number 2. Do you see something here? There's 2 question marks. You want to know why? Because nobody knows when the Rise of Skywalker is. Not even Disney. And I mean this literally. I'm not like exaggerating. Go look on StarWars.com. Go look at the movie cover. Go look. There's no date. Nobody knows when the Rise of Skywalker is. It's approximately a year after The Last Jedi. When Disney, Lucasfilm, StarWars.com don't even know when the last movie occurs in the timeline, you cannot tell me that they had a freaking plan. It's ridiculous. They don't even know when episode 9 is. And this is an older timeline, but Trust me, I've taken the time to look. Go look at other timelines. Go to StarWars.com. Nobody knows when the freaking Rise of Skywalker happened. Approximately a year after. And it's not even on a Disney site or a Star Wars site. It's on like Entertainment Weekly or Entertainment Tonight or something. They did an article and they say that it's around a year later. I don't know what to say anymore, man. It's unbelievable. Grown. Knowing Disney, they'll explain it as Rex discovered the Fountain of Youth. Son of Dathomir was great. So was Saboteur. Yeah, Saboteur. I'm in the middle of the Wrath of Darth Maul from Scholastic. Cool. Yeah, Saboteur I had as an audiobook. And that was the Lucas days. And not only was the story awesome, and Darth Maul was a badass, which that's another thing. Like, some people kind of don't realize, like, that dude killed something like 11 Jedi, and he was awesome. It's just that in, the story, the overall story, that's where Lucas needed him, and we all would have liked to see Maul right on a tear, but as far as the story, Lucas knew what he was doing, so it just was what it was. At least we got a taste of him, right? We got to see him fight, and he did take out Qui-Gon. But what I was getting at is, not only is it an awesome story, it's fun and cool and canon and continuity, but he's a badass, and it's really awesome. But also, being as that was Lucas era, they cared about the production of the audiobook, so it had nice sound effects, and the narrator had his good voice, and it has like good pacing. It's like really fun. If one of you, sometime comes across the audio book of Son of Dathomir, it's worth downloading or picking up if you can get it for cheap or whatever. It's, I recommend it. It was really cool. I remember it, for all the tons of literature and stories and things that I've seen and been involved with Star Wars, that sticks out to me as it was a really quality story and production, that audiobook, for what it's worth. I had to step away, so maybe I missed it. But what about them trying to say Rex is the old guy in Return of the Jedi? Okay, I'll touch back on that, and then we'll finish up. Leave it to Disney to mess with something up that wasn't broken. Yeah, well, that's the thing. If they had to create this all from scratch, okay, you make mistakes. If it was all messed up to begin with, okay. But I mean, you had perfection, man. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but you didn't only have the foundation of the 6 movies. You have the holocron. You have George Lucas's cell phone. You have a vault full of literature and books and audio files and video files. You have people that have been at Lucasfilm for decades. You have guys like me. Don't call me, but there's 1,000 other guys like me that know the shit. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Okay, since I don't know how much you did or didn't see, I'll bring this back up one more time, and I'll go over it real quick. The issue was this, and I can go through it faster because I don't have to explain it quite as detailed now. All right. Okay, I don't know how much you heard, but here's the basic problem. Clone Captain Rex, like Boba Fett, was born in 32 BBY. Clone Wars was 22 to 19 BBY, 3 years. Okay, at the beginning of the Clone Wars, like we see Boba in the movie in Attack of the Clones, he's 10 years old. Clones grow at a rate twice as fast. At 20 years old is when they are declared battle ready. That's when you see clones deploying, is 20 years old. By the way, here's another issue. Some of Disney's canon says there was like 6.5 million clones. No, there wasn't. There was 200,000 clones initially, and then 1 million came after. And then that was done. That was scrapped. The Emperor got rid of the clones. So that's another problem. They did some extra canon bullshit where they put it, it was in the Clone Wars, the cartoon. Phony Filoni, here we go again. The Senate ordered 5 million more clones because he wanted to extend that shit. He wanted to keep the show going and make up shit like the Bad Batch and keep Ahsoka alive, because that's not the story. 1.2 million clones, Emperor done. He becomes Emperor. That's the end of that. Anyways, so Boba Fett's 10. Rex and the first batch and majority of clones were Boba Fett's 10, clones are 20. Okay? 10 to us, but 20 to them because they grow twice as fast. If he in 22 is 20 years old, at Star Wars, he's 42. Or here, let me do it the Boba Fett way because it's easier. Boba Fett's 10, okay? You add 22 years, makes him 32 by the time Star Wars, which is 0. You add 4 years for Jedi, he's 36, all right, when we see him go into the Sarlacc pit. Then the Mandalorian is 5 years after. So Boba Fett, if they bring him back, will be 41 years old. Okay, that fits. If you use Tamora Morrison to be Boba Fett, fine, 41. The problem is Rex and the clones age at twice the rate. And also, the older they get, they degenerate even faster. That was why the Emperor gets rid of them, because their genes degenerate, they become unviable, and he scraps them and he goes to stormtroopers for that specific reason, because their shit breaks down. Okay, so now if Boba Fett is 41 in The Mandalorian, Rex is 82 years old. That's what I was saying. That's the Rex problem, is that everybody's expecting Rex to be this young guy with Ahsoka swashbuckling like he is in the Clone Wars. No, he's going to be 82 years old. Plus the accelerated degeneration. So he's probably like 100 and some years old. Who the hell wants to see an 82-year-old Rex in The Mandalorian? But this goes back to what I was just saying. People don't think. They just think, oh, he's going to be like the Clone Wars. Oh, Obi-Wan's going to be like in the Clone Wars. Oh, they're going to bring back Anakin in his Clone Wars suit. No, Anakin's dead. Obi-Wan's older. So is Ahsoka. And Rex will be 82 years old. That's what I was saying. So I hope that makes sense. That was the faster, more condensed version of what I just said. And I also had said that there's no, I don't know if you caught that part, there's no date for Rise of Skywalker, because they don't even know when this shit happened. It was approximately a year after The Last Jedi. Not all of Star Wars has dates and timeline. But The Rise of Skywalker, it was, about a year later. Oh my goodness. So hopefully that clarified. You can also, of course, go back and watch the replay. I got a little more detailed with it. Something that wasn't broken right. Death Troopers also had great production for their audiobook. Okay, I didn't know that they had an audiobook. I'm unaware of it. I didn't even know they had a story or book. Ironically, I really, really liked the Death Troopers. I thought they were really cool characters. They're kind of like a special forces. I think they look awesome. I have read little references, that they're highly specialized and this and that, and I think they look badass. I think most of us agree. Unfortunately, they're Disney, so they're all screwed up. We don't see them again. It's they're underutilized. Probably two things that I think are really awesome in this sequel trilogy, because all of it, like the porgs, I mean, they're not terrible, but it's just stupid little, it's like Baby Yoda just playing on, oh, look at that cute little thing. Stupid. Babu Frick, I'm sorry. I know a lot of people seem to like that little dude, but really, this little guy is working on droids? I mean, come on. Use your brain. Seriously, he's smaller than freaking the roly-poly vacuum cleaner. What the hell is Dio? Who, by the way, is J.J. Abrams. If you didn't know that, that's J.J. Abrams. It literally is in the credits of Rise of Skywalker. That was his way of getting himself into the movie. That stupid little vacuum cleaner, hair dryer droid. Boy. Had BB-8 spoken to R2, or if they had respected R2, they would have put together that they both have the map, and like, you didn't need Dio, you didn't need the Finn discovering, you didn't need the Wayfinder. I mean, it's like they literally like put stuff aside so that you keep adding and MacGuffining and going on. It's just stupid. Anyways, I'm not a fan of Babu Frick. He's not the worst thing, but I don't know why people get excited about him. Pores, definitely the milk monster, fucking horrible. There's not really anything I like. The new version of the Falcon with that stupid dish, gay. Kylo Ren's TIE Fighter is pretty cool. Okay. That massive ship, I don't even remember what it was called, that Hux is on, which I need to go back and watch it, but I was watching something about Last Jedi the other day. And I was thinking, like, okay, and I have to go back and really watch, but Hux is on the ship, right? And he's like, you know, they're trying to distract us, keep shooting at the pods, which is funny because the whole point of that extended fuel chase nonsense was that they're going to distract the First Order, which has sensors and ships all over the place. They're going to distract them so that the escape ships can sneak down to the planet that's right there, and we all can see through this massive window, and you're going to sneak down and... Okay, great plan there, Holdo. Anyways, so Hux is saying how she breaks off and is even starting to turn, and he's like, ignore that. Stay on the escape pods or little ships, whatever. So then she turns around and does her ridiculous hold-up maneuver. Now, I have to really watch it closely, but I'm pretty sure that Hux is on the ship that she rams. So then how the hell does he survive that? She takes out all these ships. Now, I understand that the ship is kind of cut in half as opposed to blown up. But first of all, I mean, seriously, if it did all that shit should have blown up. But I just thought it was kind of... I have to look back at it. It's just that it doesn't matter to me that much. But I thought that I found a hole there that... Isn't he on the ship that should just freaking cut in half? And yet 5 minutes later, he's in the Gorilla Walker bullshit with Kylo. So, I don't know. You know, just for fun, here's another problem of the million problems with the sequel trilogy. Rey, right after that on Crate, does that shot where she takes out the 3 TIE fighters. Of course, you know, Mary Sue. First of all, to line up that shot. Second of all, you better thank Chewie because he would have made that happen. But even if she had the skill and the timing and all that, it doesn't matter. That's not how those lasers work. If you've ever watched Star Wars, those lasers hit something and they're gone. They dissipate. They blow up a TIE fighter and it's gone. It doesn't keep going. So even if she could line it up, it wouldn't have done anything. She would have shot the rear TIE fighter and that would have been it. She would have had to shoot 1, 2, 3. Now, if she shot pew, 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 you know, a burst, while she's still a Mary Sue, well, at least you got some Star Wars knowledge. Hello. And you would have, okay, Mary Sue her at least that way within canon where she got 3 great shots. But to make one shot off the same ship that the laser always ends after the shot. Okay, so the first TIE fighter would have ended the laser. She would have had to shoot a second shot and then a third shot. So they could have, if they actually knew what the hell Star Wars was, at least kind of gave her some credibility and said, okay, well, she knew to line it up and make 3 rapid fire shots. Instead, you know, they just want to totally Mary Sue her. Look, 1 shot, she took out 3 TIE fighters. It doesn't work that way. It's not how the lasers work in Star Wars. Even the Death Star laser, it doesn't go through Alderaan and keep going. It hits Alderaan and blows up the planet. And that thing is fucking massive. So, Millennium Falcon lasers don't keep going. They hit the target and stop. Anyways. So what I also wanted to mention. So yeah, the Death Troopers. Okay, I'll wrap that up with that. Rex will be walking and looking like Clone 99, the old man. Well, yeah, but even older. And even more decrepit, because 99 was really a defective clone, whereas Rex will be much older and degenerated. Okay, it's not that he's faulty DNA. It's that it's degraded DNA. Okay, so that means he's like getting worse, older, and decrepit. My opinion, Babu Frick was the best thing from the sequel trilogy, and he wasn't even that great, in my opinion. I personally don't care for him. I think he was kind of lame. But the point of what I was going to make is the only two things that really stand out to me that I was like, oh, those are freaking cool, well done, was one, the Death Troopers. I thought they were badass. They had so much potential. And two, I always forget their damn name. And I know most people don't like them, but I think they were awesome. Those Crystal Foxes on Crate in the over Rebel base, I thought those things were awesome. They didn't use them correctly. It's not that the way they were in The Last Jedi utilized, they're awesome. I'm just saying the actual character, the way that they appear, they're all crystally and they move, and I just thought they were awesome. They could have been used much better and in a good story and in a good movie. It's not that because of anything Last Jedi, just as an individual creature, I love those crystal wolves or foxes. They have a name, and I always forget it. It's not that important to me. But those are the two things that I personally liked out of the entire sequel trilogy. It was the Death Troopers. Well, they're not even sequel trilogy, but the Disney nonsense. Death Troopers and those crystal foxes. One of my main gripes about TLJ, and obviously there are many, was the underwhelming death of General Akbar, who was my favorite Star Wars. Well, I don't know how old you are, that guy, but let me tell you something. As an OT guy, Akbar was one of the OG's top, action figure. Everybody loved that dude. Granted, he didn't really get his fame until Empire, and then obviously much better, more in Jedi. But, he was one of the top collected characters. Everybody loved him. He was like just under, like just barely one, not even second tier, like 1.5 tier under the main gang. Luke, Leia, Lando, Han, Chewie. It was like Akbar was one of those characters that was just underneath, like big time OG, loved by the fans. Akbar, not just like toy wise, but video game wise. It's Trap is one of the biggest, Star Wars sayings, and it's also saying, movies and just pop culture. He was so beloved, an important character. He's an admiral, which reminds me, somebody brought up a point that I always knew, but sometimes you connect dots. Who were the two leaders of the rebellion? Princess Leia and Mon Mothma. Those were the two bosses. At the end of the day, everyone answered to those two. They were respected. They were loved. They were. Everyone went to them for leadership and advice. Two women. Okay, so Disney, with their little diversity nonsense, don't even know the franchise that they bought, because the two most important people in the freaking rebellion was Leia Organa and Mon Mothma. Mon Mothma gave orders to Admiral Akbar and Luke and all the fighters and General Riken and hello. Now, to give other characters credit, Bail Organa and others helped Mon Mothma create the rebellion. So it wasn't that it was just all girl power, but at the end of the day, the two G's, right, the two bosses, were two females. None of us had an issue. We all love those characters. Mon Mothma, I would say, is just like a little bit tier down as far as like collectability and fame, and not so many people would dress up as Mon Mothma. Although years later, she seemed to kind of get this reemergence of, and probably about part of that was the prequels. But she was very much loved and respected, and but Akbar, yeah, I mean, fuck, he was super important to us. Anyways, the point that I'm making. They totally disrespected him. And again, you really want an Obi-Wan show? And they just totally trashed that guy. He was no funeral, no mention, no nothing. Like he was just fuck him. He's just some fish guy. Who cares? Wedge too. Wedge gets blown up like it's nothing. You know. I mean, damn. Yeah, wasted potential. Absolutely. And yeah, I saw that 42. So yeah, you're not. I'm just a few years older than you. You would have been just a little bit behind me. Now I was 3 when I saw Star Wars, so you would have been, you know, maybe still a little sperm, but yeah, probably. But you know, you're old enough to get the idea, you know. But I can confirm it as someone that was there. That yeah, Akbar was super huge, super important, super beloved. You know, fucking Disney, man. Death Troopers book is about zombie infected stormtroopers, not the other Death Troopers I think you're thinking about. We don't see them a whole lot, but I thought they were awesome. Like, of all the clones and stormtroopers, they're one of my favorites. I really like Cody. Gree is maybe my favorite clone of all of them. I really like his camo green. He's the one that is on Kashyyyk with Chewie and Yoda, and he's one of the 2 that comes up behind Yoda to try to kill him, and Yoda turns around and takes off their heads. That's Clone Commander Gree. I don't know, I just like his suit, and I thought he was cool. He looks awesome to me. So Gree is probably my favorite, but I really like the Cody, and I really like the Death Troopers. Rex, you know, I'm cool with him. He's cool, but I never was like a big Rex guy. Bly and all the rest. I mean, I really like those guys. They're awesome. But my main guys were Gree and Cody and then the Death Troopers. So yes, I'm talking about the Rogue One, those black stormtroopers, special forces guys. I think they're awesome. I have heard something about zombie stormtroopers. And in fact, people have suggested making a movie, which I think could be cool, a Star Wars horror movie. Zombie stormtroopers could be cool. I know that in some of the games, like up until not too long ago, I was they weren't in Force Collection, but there was a game I was playing that was man, I played it for quite a while. Not Battlefront, but it was something like that. And it was basically those games, you know, where you build up your base and then you have battles, but you like attack other people's bases, or you have defense and people try to attack your base. I can't remember it's not Galaxies, which I played that one too. I'm not real big on that one. Force Collection. In fact, Galaxies is a rip-off of Force Collection. It's the same kind of premise where you get characters and then you could train them and upgrade and stuff like that. That was another thing with Force Collection. There were stars. Like there was 3-star cards, 4-star cards, 5-star cards, and what you would do, which was very cool, if you got 2 of the same card, you could combine them. I forget what it was called. I forget what the process was called. It had some cool name, and you could combine them. Evo. You could Evo them. Evolution. So if you had 2, you would Evo them, and it would be an Evo 1. If you had 2 more, you could combine those to another Evo 1, and then 2 Evo 1s, you can make an Evo 2. You could cheat and do a Evo 1 with a loose card, but then it would be a weaker Evo 2. It would be green. But if you had 2 sets and you made a true Evo 2, it was gold. Then you could do the same process again, 2 Evo 2s, and make them a full Evo, like an Evo 4. And then every time you would Evo them, they would get more and more powerful. Their stats would go up. So it was tricky because you try to collect that card, but then you needed multiples to now start Evoing them. So then if you had like a max Evo, you know, Maul or Kylo or whatever, they were badass cards. So what was I getting at? So anyways, the premise of that, like the characters and trading them and upgrading, that's where Galaxies come from. It's a direct ripoff of Force Collection, which was around way before that. Anyways, Star Wars Commander, I think it was. You would build like little bases. And the reason I mentioned that is that game had zombie stormtroopers, which I hadn't really seen anywhere else, and it was kind of a neat premise. You know, you could deploy zombie stormtroopers on your enemies. It's neat. Obviously, you know, they're just expendable soldiers, and if they're zombies, well, they're definitely going to fight even more. So yeah, I think it's a cool premise. I don't think under like not in the Skywalker saga, right? In the main movie, I don't think that would fit. But if they did make a separate, just for the fun, R-rated Star Wars horror movie, you could have a lot of fun there. And as long as it's like a side anthology like Solo was, I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. You could have fun and experiment. And see, that's another thing. Like, if Disney wanted to try things, okay, make a side movie. But you can't mess with the freaking Skywalker saga. Oh, it's like Christ. Anyways, that was the whole thing. Part of why, before I forget, the Death Troopers. They show up in The Mandalorian. If you all remember, like towards the second to last and last episode, there's Death Troopers. Okay, again, use your freaking brain. Those Death Troopers are before Star Wars Rogue One. Never again seen. And all of a sudden, Moff Gideon has Death Troopers. Why? Because it's not about Star Wars canon or lore or respect or continuity. It's about member berries. That's Favreau. He said it out of his mouth. It's about fan service. Watch the Disney Gallery. He says it out of his mouth. That's his way of respecting the fans, not by writing cohesive stories and keeping canon by member berries. That's why the freaking Death Troopers are there, because they would have been long gone, done. They were never anywhere in freaking the OT. And yet, all of a sudden, Moff Gideon and the Broken Empire has Death Troopers. And the flamethrower guy. It's just member berries. All that shit would have been disbanded, broken out, and not even... Nadine also took orders. Yeah. All the commander guys, Mon Mothma and General Leia Solo, or Leia Organa, that's who they answered to. If you... A New Hope. Well, no, I guess she doesn't give them any kind of instructions before the Death Star. No, she wishes Luke luck. I guess maybe not, but she establishes, right, that she's the boss. I don't know who you are, but from now on, you take orders from me, right? Hoth, right off the bat. All the pilots, when they're getting ready to fight, they all go to Leia, and she's giving them instructions. Jedi, they're, making the plan for the last Death Star. Mothma and Leia are in control. They're the bosses. So, yep. Crix meeting. Good name drop, by the way. Ouch, makes me the oldest here. Well, young at heart. All right, what time is it? 9 o'clock? Well, so yeah, I did want to mention that with the Death Troopers. It's just, again, nonsensical shit. Everyone at Disney has no plan. Their plan is, we'll just, throw shit that they recognize out there. The story doesn't matter. They're not going to care because Star Wars fans are dumb. Star Wars fans just care about spaceships and that's not literally out of his mouth. Dave Filoni in the Disney Gallery says, "Oh, we get excited over lasers here." That's what excites you, is lasers. How about story? How about good characters? How about continuity? How about respecting George Lucas? Dave Filoni, of all people, that always is talking as if he knows his shit and he's going to respect Lucas and he's old school. He's the first one to be breaking canon left and right. It's ridiculous. And that's all of Star Wars, from The Mandalorian all the way to, Clone Wars, Rebels, comics, books, games. I hope this Squadrons game, they get it right. I mean, I know a lot of people excited for it, like my guys over there at Echo Base. They're very excited for that game, but, and I don't want to be like a Debbie Downer, but again, when you see the pattern of what Disney does, I really don't have any faith. I don't have any confidence. It looks cool, but hopefully at least they get that right. But it's literally everything they're doing. They think we're dumb. That's what really pisses me off more than anything, and that's probably why I called this Not My Star Wars, because you're not going to do that, pull that shit on me. I'm going to pull wool over me and make me look stupid. fuck you. I know this shit more than you freaking people at Lucasfilm. So that's why I did this shit, because I'm not going to take that shit. And I don't have access to all the shit. Me, that I love Star Wars so much. If I had access to all that stuff, good grief, I would be crushing these guys. The only way that Filoni could beat me in a trivia or anything like that is because he's privy to shit on the inside. And he actually got to speak to George Lucas. Because outside of that, I'll fucking smack him around like a wet rag. And he's not, that's not even me being like egotistical. I mean, he has proven. Sam Witwer has corrected him. Katie Lucas has corrected him. I mean, we see all the things in The Mandalorian and in Clone Wars. Mandalorians don't take off their helmets. Oh, wait a minute. My entire cartoon, they're taking off helmets. I mean, come on, dude. Are you, either you're really stupid or you truly think that we're really stupid. And either way, whenever I hear member berries, I always think of the South Park episode about member berries. Yeah, I suppose, you know, I was never a big South Park guy. I've watched, you know, a lot of it. I don't like hate it or anything. I've always been more of a Simpsons guy. I'm not into that kind of like kiddie, like like Beavis and Butthead type of comedy. I like more of the think deep Simpsons comedy where they make little references and like if you're not old enough or you're not smart enough, you don't pick up on the shit. That's the kind of shit I like. Again, I've watched quite a bit of South Park. There's one where Cartman becomes the he's got his semen aquarium and he becomes the king and like it becomes a whole society and they have like the Cartman statue inside the thing. Oh man, that one always sticks out to me. This is hilarious. You know, don't get me wrong. There's some really funny South Park stuff and you know, I appreciate it. Just saying that's not really my thing. Anyways, part of why I say that is I really there's different references like George Lopez and different things, but where member berries really sticks out to me is Jeremy Johns, the guy that does the movie stuff. Man, he's so funny. He's also a big time Star Wars guy. He I think it was the Rise of Skywalker review. And I mean, he just breaks that shit down, and it was just funny. He's like, I remember, you know, and it's just going on, and it always sticks out to me, which wasn't that long ago. It was like just, you know, probably less than a year ago. But yeah, member berries, which, you know, there's lots of references to that. But young at heart, yeah. Well, and touching back to the beginning of all of this, you know, when I was kind of venting a little bit. You know, that's a big part of Star Wars to me, and I know to a lot of other people that you know, it's the kid in you, it's the kid in your heart. You know, that's another argument. Star Wars was made for kids. Okay, Lucas out of his mouth said it's for 12-year-old boys. Nobody's denying that. But we also all know he's not stupid. He knows Darth Maul and, you know, the Emperor and all this stuff isn't for little kids. So what he was saying was, you know, it was for the kid in you, the kid at heart. And that's part of the magic and the love of Star Wars, you know, and why I fight for it and I love it. And it's been such a big thing and why I'm not my Star Wars. I'm not going to let this shit go. Because it is not only a big part of my life, but, you know, it's part of what keeps me funny and happy and juvenile and all that kind of, you know, stuff. There's not many things I cling on to from my childhood. Yeah, I love G.I. Joe and Transformers and Mask and He-Man and man, you know, if I thought about it, there's so many awesome things. Thundercats, you know, I loved all that stuff. And I had comics and I had toys and I used to watch the cartoons and, you know, those were a special time. The 80s and early 90s, just a really special time in history. But nothing like Star Wars, nothing, you know, stuck or meant as much. It's the midi-chlorians in my blood, yeah. Yep. Do you have a higher midi-chlorian count than Yoda? Crix Maydean's haircut was cool to me. It has left a lasting impression on me, hence why I remember his name. Yeah, he does have a very distinct haircut. Yeah. uh, yeah. And you can tell when you talk to someone that's older and that loved and appreciated that stuff, because there's little references and stuff that and remember and mention that younger ones don't know. There's two things that there's lots of references, but I've always found that there's two specific references that immediately if someone's an OG Star Wars, not just fan but knowledge and was there. One is people that say "May the Force be with you." It's not to say nobody says it anymore or that the younger ones never say it, but that's the first right there indication of someone that was, because we used to all say it to each other back then. It was a thing. And then the other one is AT-AT. We all know it's an AT-AT, but the old schoolers, we all called it AT-AT. I mean, it is what it is. You'll have an argument with people. No, it's an AT-AT. Shut up. It's an AT-AT. That's canon, period. AT-AT. It is what it is. Regardless of what the official title and box toy name and all that shit, it's an AT-AT. And if you call it an AT-AT, then that means you are OG. So, anyways, well, I've been talking like a madman forever. I did get through all the stuff that I have, and I am getting hungry, so I am going to make dinner, but I'll hang out for a couple more minutes if anybody has a question, comment, wants to bring up anything. I'm happy while I'm here to talk about whatever. If anybody has anything they would like to talk about, mention, ask about. I hope you guys and whoever might be around or might come in to please hit the like button. Hopefully I shared some Star Wars knowledge. Hopefully you'll subscribe. Man, I just I lost a subscriber the other day. Never mind, am I getting subscribers? It's crazy. Yeah, I'm starting to lose my voice here. All right, well, I don't see anybody saying anything in the chat, so I guess I will start to close it up. I hope it was fun and informative. And while most of my viewers know that George Lucas had a plan, hopefully I gave you some more ammo. It's not a question or a speculation. I mean, he literally, it's on paper. You can talk to anybody from Lucasfilm. I'm sure Rinzler would back it up 1,000%. And I've shown you proof. There's videos, there's interviews, it's not even a question. And even if we had none of that, if you've seen 1 through 6, and then you've seen 7 through 9, I mean, it's very obvious. One had a plan and one did not. So who's excited for an asshole Obi-Wan and 82-year-old Rex? You got to really think about these things. And remember something that I will always try to remind people that, we all want the Mandalorian to become something cool and to do well. And season 3 is already in the works. And Favreau said that he could, he would like to make 8 seasons, or that he has enough ideas and stuff for 8 seasons. And, if it becomes that good and does okay, we all on paper, right? 8 seasons of Star Wars TV. Wow. But, just remember, we have to go by the pattern of what Disney's done. We have to go by what season 1 was. It was not the worst thing, but, if that's the bar that we're at, yikes. But the point I really wanted to make is remember that we all kind of have a responsibility to ourselves. If we go along with the hype and Mandalorian, well, then that's what they're going to keep giving us. Me personally, I want top-notch freaking Star Wars. And Mandalorian and all this other stuff is not. You know, some people love the Clone Wars season 7. I'm like, really? That's the best Star. There's some people out here. That's the best Star Wars or whatever. Oh, really? Okay. And again, you're all entitled to like what you like, but if that's the standard that you're going to put Star Wars at, well, then that's what we're going to get. Is that what you guys want? It's not what I want. Could be worse. It's better than, a lot of the other crap, but I have a very high standard for Star Wars, as I know most of my listeners do, at least you guys that are here with me still. So remember that when you talk about it, where you put your money, it sends a message, and that, as long as people are like, yeah, the Mandalorian's, good enough, well, then that's what you're going to get. It's good enough. If we hold them to a higher standard and say, listen, this is cool and all, but you got to step this shit up. Come on, man. We want real Star Wars. This is kind of Star Wars. We want real Star Wars. Stop with the member berries and, all this nonsense and breaking canon and breaking your own damn canon. Get this shit together. Make out a plan. Get your story straight and do it right. Respect Boba Fett. Respect, if you're going to bring Ahsoka or Rex or whoever, well, then guess what? Rex has got to be 82 years old. And if he's a day younger than that, you've once again broken canon. Your own canon. All right. Again, I'm hungry and my throat is starting to get clogged up. So another great stream. Thanks to the chat. Thank you. Again, you guys, I could sit here and talk to myself, but I appreciate you guys. It really makes a difference when I have someone to bounce off of. So I really appreciate your guys' support and hanging with me. My favorite thing I'll remember about Star Wars, aside from the movies, characters, and such, was the pictures and videos of the lines and all the people that couldn't wait to see. Yeah, I know I've mentioned it several times, but if you haven't, watched my Skywalker Legacy. I think you did comment on that video. I think you've seen that. But the last 15, 20 minutes of that Skywalker Legacy documentary is exactly that. It's all 6 premieres. And it's basically like interviews, newscasters and stuff, and it shows the lines. And I mean, it's just seas of people. I think it's Empire where they're like in this car and they just keep driving and driving and driving. It's like this line of people for like blocks. It's insane. Like, you couldn't even stage that. It's insane. Like, they just keep driving for like 2 minutes or something. It's just crazy. And just person after person after person after person. The lines were insanity. So yeah, if anybody ever needs to reference that or just wants to see that, at the end of my Skywalker Legacy, and by the way, in the description, it has the timestamp, so you can jump around to different sections, which I didn't have originally. But yeah, at the end of that, it's an homage to that. It shows the premieres of the 6 real Star Wars movies. And again, it's like newscasters and interviews, but the main thing I tried to highlight was just the scale of people, the swarm, the sea of people around the theater, and also just the length of lines. I mean, just like, you can't make this shit up. Just insane. So yeah, they were indeed glorious days. Thanks for the content. Great live stream. Go and enjoy some dinner and relax your voice. I'm glad we could lift your mood. Yeah, truly. Thanks for hanging out. And obviously I love Star Wars. I noticed like the first hour was just me kind of going on about that. But yeah. Those were glorious times to live through. Yep, absolutely. Okay, yeah, my voice is starting to go here, so I'm gonna have some dinner. I don't know what time you guys are at, but it's 9:30 for me, so you're probably around dinner time as well, or it's Friday night. I hope you guys have a great Friday. Thanks again for coming in, and there's some videos coming. Probably the next one will be, because I'm finishing it up, is all the problems with the Mandalorian, Chapter 2, The Child. It's pretty close to done. And as far as the Empire project, I'm just waiting on Lando lines. I got 2 people that said they're going to do them. So we'll see. But outside of that, that one's going to be one of my favorite videos, and that's coming soon. Okay, guys. Thanks again for the support. I hope this was fun and informative. And, you know, appreciate you guys. We'll do it again soon. And let's see here. I wasn't able to be there to see it personally, but the videos and pictures told an amazing story. Yeah, absolutely. It was nothing has ever come close to that in anything. Not toy success, book, comic, movies. You know, for as great as Star Trek is, for as great as you know, I'm trying to think of like the really big ones, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, you know, all of them dwarfed by Star Wars. So, you know, some people say Lord of the Rings is the greatest trilogy ever made. Can't agree. OT, far and away. Lord of the Rings, yeah, I would say probably second. Fantastic, beautiful, gorgeous battles and effects and characters and story. No argument. It's spectacular, but not better than Star Wars. All right. Thanks so much, that guy. Really, again, can't say it enough. Thank you so much. Hey, check out Larry the Stormtrooper. It's a lot of fun. So those cartoons are cool. All right, guys. Wish you all the best as well. We'll do it again soon. Keep an eye, and some videos coming. And yeah, thanks. Talk to you guys soon. May the Force be with you. And they're AT-ATs, not AT-ATs. They're AT-ATs. See you guys later. Thanks.